Just read in the Haftorah. Mihite in Roshi Mayim. Ve'eni Makar Dima. If only someone would turn my head to water and my eye a spring to tears. The Efke Yomam Valayla. Then I can cry day and night. We repeat this pasuk, Kinos Chaf Hey. The Navi is telling us that in order to cry, there is a Seder HaDvarim. There's an order of operations. First, the Rosh, first the head has to be filled with water. And then the Aini, then my eye, can be a spring of tears. Crying is not meant to be just some sort of emotional reflex. When we cry, it's supposed to be for a reason. Way back on the original Tisha B'Av, Klal Yisrael is taken to task because they're scared of going into Eretz Yisrael. They've been turned off by the report of the Meraglim, and they spend that night crying, a crying that Chazal describe as a bechir shel chinam, crying for naught, crying for nothing. It's crying that was an emotional reaction of some sort, but there was nothing in the head. There was nothing behind it. Crying is supposed to have first a thought of what is it that makes me so upset and so sad. Then, when I am in touch with that upsetting reality, then those tears that come, then those are real. But someone who is never connected to something, somebody who doesn't even know what something is, to know what they're missing, how are they supposed to cry? Crying is looked at as something that's masbia the nefesh. It satisfies. There's a healing that takes place in crying because I was mechuber, I was connected to something. It's gone. And then when I cry about it, those tears, they connect me back to it. But if you never had something, how are you supposed to cry? There's a Zohar that discusses a conversation between the Bnei Bavel, the people of Bavel, and the Yoshvei Eretz Yisrael, those that lived in Eretz Yisrael. And the question was, who should design the crying that's necessary for the Beis HaMikdash? So the Bnei Bavel say, we should cry for the Mikdash. We never experienced the Mikdash. We're empty. Our lives have been empty without it. We've been in Galus all this time. So you, Bnei Eretz Yisrael, you at least had a taste of what it was. So it should be something that we write. But the Bnei Eretz Yisrael say that no, we're the ones that lived in the palace. And we're the ones that had our mother, HaKadosh Baruch Hu, there taking care of us. So we're the ones who could think back to what is missing, the sorrow of the loss of that mother, the sorrow of the loss of living in that palace. We're the ones that actually have the words to express that loss. When we think about, or we try to think about, the Churban Beis HaMikdash and what we're missing, We don't know what it means to be in the presence of the Shekhinah. And we haven't met anyone who does. We don't appreciate what the real feeling of tshuva and kapara. You come to a Beis HaMikdash, you do tshuva, you bring a korban, you're cleansed. There's a moed. There are 3 times a year where Hashem says, please come home. I want to be with you. I want to share something with you. I want to share life with you. We don't know what it means to be a klal with a melech, a king, someone who sees who and what each of us are really made up of and are able to assign us a purpose. What does it mean to have Torah, a Torah without machlokes, with a Sanhedrin, with a truth, with an absoluteness? Mi'itein Roshimayim. You don't have that water in the head to be able to really create and generate the tears. And that alone actually can give us a sense of how far off and how far gone and how much we're missing. It's a story that's related to Rav Gustman Zatzal. Once heard someone called up for their aliyah, Yitzchak ben Yitzchak. And he exclaimed, that's a real yasam. A person who's named after his father because he never was alive at the same time as him. Never knows who he was. Has no way to cry. That's really a true loss. We don't have a concept of the Churban of the Mikdash. And while we can't feel, so to say, devastated by not having something that we can't even imagine what it is, but the disconnection, that's something that we can feel devastated by. We're so disconnected from everything that could be and should be. And that's what Tisha B'Av is all about. There's another angle I want to mention. When I was a kid, Kinos were seemingly perfunctory. There was davening started at 6:30, whenever regular weekday davening was. Nobody spoke in anything other than just reading through the booklet of Kinos. And there was some crying, but it was done by the older men, the ones that had numbers on their arms. They had lived the suffering. They had experienced that galus. And so they had a mi'itein Roshimayim, they had something in their head to cry about. And the rest of us just sort of saw that. All these years later, we aren't those people anymore. 1,200 is not 6 million. We know that. But we have experienced national horrors. We've seen our people tortured, raped, dismembered. No Kever Yisrael. And of course, people who just have disappeared. Hostages. So there's galus. In Eretz Yisrael, I imagine we all know people, my aunt, 50 years, settling, a kibbutz. And now, Navanad Ba'aretz, nowhere to live. It's in the north, it's in the south. These are not foreign concepts anymore. And the anti-Semitism, the world over, even here in good old America, we're not there. We're not in Eretz Yisrael. We're not feeling what they're feeling. The Teichacha talks about how part of the torture is that in the day I don't know where I'm going to be at night, and at night I don't know where I'm going to be in the day. A pending attack. From who, from where? Unknown. That emotional torture, it's here, it's real. And if we feel the oneness with our brothers and sisters, if we feel the gullus, what it means to really not know where you're going to lay your head the next night, or you don't know whether you're going to have about 15 seconds to run for shelter. We understand the tzara of whether it be the 1,200 and their families back from Simchas Torah, or whether it be the thousands of soldiers who have been hurt. Not hurt in a way that you need a Band-Aid, but hurt permanently. Those that have died. And the shvuyim, those hostages. It should bring out this feeling a little bit. Miyitin roshi mayim. That my head can be full of water. And then ve'eni mekardima. And then my eye has something to cry about. In Kina Chafhei, in that Kina that starts with these words, the Balakina says that today, Tisha B'Av, is the day for all mourning. It's the day for, regardless of when they actually occurred, for pogroms, Inquisition, Holocaust. This is the day for it to be remembered and it to be felt. And it's today that we think to ourselves, let us have it in our minds what this is, that we can actually connect to it. And then my eyes can become a source of tears in a way that when HaKadosh Baruch Hu sees those tears, when HaKadosh Baruch Hu sees how we are all interconnected, when Hashem feels the pain, and that we feel the pain of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, when all of that comes together, we could be zocha to a Yeshua. The first kinna we say, in the Art Scroll, it's page 152, kinna vav. It's a line, it's on page 154. It's really from Eicha. Karasi lama ahavai himarimuni. I called to those that love me, but they deceived me. Who loves you? Who takes care of you? Who do we count on? And then we feel betrayed. Do all Americans love the Jews anymore? Is it a problem? Is it really a problem in our world when you could be anyone or anything that you want to be? Except a Jew? Is this who loves us? Is this who we're counting on? In this Kinos, it says, Al Pnei Pras Nutzu Chasideha. On the surface of the Euphrates, her pious ones were mutilated. The Medrash tells us that when Nebuchadnezzar saw the Leviim, who once sang and played their instruments in the Beis HaMikdash, he wanted them to play for him as he celebrated his victory. And the Leviim cut their thumbs off. They mutilated themselves, saying that, no, this isn't for you. Relationships are special because of the exclusivity that they have. The intimacy of a relationship is rooted in how exclusive it is. There are things that I only share with a certain person, with certain people, because it's for you. So they said, Kadosh Baruch Hu, these songs, what we do, it's only for you, Hashem. It's only for you. How about our trust? Karasi l'ma'ahavai. I called out to the ones who I feel like loved me. That's who I want to trust. I want to trust the world. I want to trust the good and upstanding citizens of whatever country. I want to trust power, weapons, defenses. Maybe the problem is, Karasi l'ma'ahavai, I call to those that I feel like love me, that care for me. Hema remuni. No. They cross me. What do we have to do? Al pnei pras nutzu chasideo. We have to see that the exclusivity of who we trust, of who we believe in, of who it is that we rely on, it's not shared. It's only HaKadosh Baruch Hu. It's only Him. That's the message. So much of what's gone on in Golus. Don't count on others. It drags us, it draws us away from Hashem. Turning to HaKadosh Baruch Hu, that's the only way. Shavasur many shemuni avrai, zachiyamos too many vedrei chavirai. Sakos mishkam niskos livirai sakos livirai safku kafmoda virai kisila kalavirai. Naflo dana betul duchiyai niachek sana chazan bemerach yad belay. Agol chaviyani ma'olas bivanis duchiya. Asavani chami yikra livchiya v'nhamalayla nibachiya. Al pnei pros nuftu chasideh palgei sof sachrazer kavod yasadeh. Pachat chechila tachav yasadeh. Patu Chazari Aye Chazidel, Patu Maseri Alinidel, Persatium Diadel, Al Hartzion Sadu Shaine, Madanite Sefal, or Shatzion Zadanai, some Subunov Amod Zadanai, Sadin Sartala Remadani, Swakami be me Bendinite, Sadiku Adenai, Atakalimich, Badati Media Remuni, Karafta Bayalevi Harimuni Karasi, the Yashvikivan Odhemas Rumuni. Kali Lashmi Abaravi Muni, Kali Abarabel, Selevin Muni, Kawasi Lamavai, Hemari Muni, Lamaru Hapino, Latavak Shamaru, Isiki Kadar, Isikisanu, Ram Kamaru, Isikamal Vakasbi, Buyok, Kamaru, Rafta Viada, Haskalim, Kamaru, Raven Academigaya Maru, Radina Kitsa, Li Mayai Hamar Maru, Hashive Nusi Shimalakait Eoni, Shift Amramos Kaitsara Hakiani, Sif Semisha Ray Devir Damamula Hadiveni, Shamatis Marois Avechinatani, Shachuvana de Vachatas Haveni, Shamukina Anacha Ani, Kisam Hakta Bakesa Farnacha, Tosh of them Kamulka Oz Kazos Panacha, Tirdev Litzaman Yatsi Atsafunacha, Titain Lahav, Natsate Pininacha, Tekra Shakram Kais Kamus Pinacha, Tavakava Sama Panacha. Tava Tarashiki Lanu the Mivochamas Bechema Nihalanu Adlachlach Vichavar Higlanu Zakin Vachur Basila Kavalanu Ramhabetna Amchakulanu Zacharadina Mehayalanu. Next, Kina Zayin. Ich atzta ba'pecha, how did you rush in your fury to destroy us? And the theme, the rotating theme of this Kina is HaKadosh Baruch Hu. How could such horrifying things have happened to us? And you didn't remember the Bris Ben Habasarim, you didn't remember how you took us in the Midbar, you didn't remember. Normally, if I have a relationship with somebody and I feel like they're betraying me, they're doing something against me, my approach to them would be something like this. Why are you acting this way towards me? Don't you remember all of the things I did for you? Not, how can you act like this towards me? Don't you remember all those things you did for me? Something about it doesn't compute, it doesn't make sense. It's not the way we deal with other people. Because what we're appealing to over here is not some sort of quid pro quo where you say that, Hashem, we did things for you, so, hey, do things for us. That's not what's going on over here. That's the way humans would interact with each other. Our relationship with Hashem is not because of anything that we did. Kadosh Baruch Hu was boicher. He chose us. It's the creation of a deep inner connection that was created between HaKadosh Baruch Hu and us. Not because of us, but because Hashem determined that we are the people that belong with him. And what we do is we say, Hashem, don't you remember the Bris Bein Habasarim? Don't you remember taking us through the Midbar? Don't you remember all of those times that you showed this deep, essential connection to us that has nothing to do with our maisim, has nothing to do with us, but it's just the automatic connection of like a parent to a child. And that's what we are appealing to. We're saying, HaKadosh Baruch Hu, we understand that our maisim don't deserve anything. What we're appealing to is that HaKadosh Baruch Hu, we have this connection. It's been from the beginning. It should be lasting until now. Don't you remember all those times that you just did stuff for us, even though we didn't deserve it? HaKadosh Baruch Hu, that's what we want to plug into. And what it takes from us is for us to realize that our emunah needs to latch onto this essential automatic connection. We need to realize that this is our connection, this is our relationship with Hashem. And when we recognize that we are just fused to HaKadosh Baruch Hu, just because that's who we are, that's by definition, that's who we are. That's a first step in getting us back with Hashem. זכרת בספני וסתום שברת לבחונך וכן ביתינו זכרת עיני בהיילנו איך קראת בגאוותך לגלוש בידכם גאולך ולא זכרת דילגת דילג דרך אשר דלגת לגאולך וכן דיברנו זכרת עיני בהיילנו איך הגת בהגיונך לדף בהיילם המונך ולא זכרת ויוד וסק וסס אשר ביעדת לביודך וכן וקיינינו זכרת עיני בהיילנו איך זנקת בזמך לזלזל ביעזרים זבולך ולזכרת חיתון חיוק חורי ושחקקת לחמו לך וכן חיווינו זכרת עיני בהיילנו איך טרחת בתורכך לטרוף ביעטרפים תלאך ולא זכרת יקה ידידוס יושר אשר יחדת לידך וכן ילנו זכרת עיני בהיילנו יחיבת וכסך לחלוש ביד כבירים כרמך ולא זכרת לא לזנויח לא ילם אשר לימדת ללקוחך ובהן להגנו זכרת עיני בהיילנו איך מילאת במייסך למחויס ביד בודים בנעשך ולא זכרת נסיעס נויצס נשר שנוסס לנשואך ובכן הנה זכרת עיני בהיילנו איך חסכת בשרך לסגר ביד סעיפים סהדך ולא זכרת אויז עד ידיים אשר התרת לעבודך וכן הנינו זכרת עיני בהיילנו איך הפצת בכפך לפגר ביד פריטים פלייך ולא זכרת צלס צבי צדק אשר צפנת לצבאך ובכן צעקנו זכרת עיני בהיילנו איך כבשל בקריאסך לקנוס ביד קמים קרואך ולא זכרת ברגש רכב ריבוסיים אשר רציסו לרעך וכן מגננו זכרת עיני בהיילנו איך השעת בשעפך לשלוש ביד שדידים שלימך ולא זכרת תוקף תלתלי תאי אשר תיקנת לסמימך וכן תעננו זכרת עיני בהיילנו תעננו שבחת מויס כמים עמי ביובזד נשבינו פעמיים זכרי ביוסי בשבו יושבס בירושלים רגנתי ואתה אעדה עד חוק שמיים. Next Kino Ches Aader Chuk Shemayim. Talk about how we have charata, how we regret turning HaKadosh Baruch Hu away, chasing him away. We say, Ekov l'charosh Hashem cheli. Say, I'm going to bow my head to you, Hashem, my source of strength. I'm going to bend my knee to you to bandage my wounds that I've gotten in exile. And I shall crown you with song. The crowning that takes place is something that happens with Shira. It's like the contrast is striking, that we're going to bow our heads, we're going to bow our knees, we're submitting to HaKadosh Baruch Hu, and then we're going to sing to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. The Malchus of Hashem, Hashem being our king, is something that is meant to be accepted with simcha, to submit, to just submit yourself, to say that, okay, listen, you're more powerful than I am, so whatever, I'll turn myself over to you. That's not malchus. That's not Hashem being our king. That's Hashem being our moshel. That's Hashem being our ruler. So first we say, we're going to bow our heads, we're going to bow our knees. We're going to do tshuva, HaKadosh Baruch Hu, we're going to come back to you. We're going to make sure that there's no friction between us. But just that alone is not the true acceptance of HaKadosh Baruch Hu's malchus. It's not accepting Hashem as king. What's that? That's when I crown HaKadosh Baruch Hu with simcha. It's that sense of mission, the sense of joy of our connection with Hashem. Tachas asher lo yavaratas Hashem Elokecha b'simcha uvetuv levav. It seems like a silly thing that, like, really, we go into galus because we don't serve Hashem with simcha? What does that mean? It means that the essential sense of who we are and what our connection to Hashem is defined by whether or not that simcha exists. If Hashem is just something that we turn to because we feel like there needs to be a higher power, and hey, might as well let it be him. Or because we need something or some other, we want to take the control out of our own hands, so we'll use religion, so to say, as some form of an opiate. So then you just say, okay, somebody else is in charge. The malchus of Hashem, what we want, what the Beis HaMikdash was, it was a home in which we felt at home. We weren't just going to bow knee to Hashem because he could crack us and he can break us. It's that we want HaKadosh Baruch Hu to be in our lives because that's really what fills us with joy and meaning. And it's pursuing that simcha, pursuing that inner feeling of simcha. That's what HaKadosh Baruch Hu wants from us. Tachas asher lo yavaratas Hashem Elokecha b'simcha. We're stuck here in Gullus, all of these thousands of years later. And as we described, we're lost. We don't know what we're missing. We don't know where we are. We're floating around over here, suffering. The way to turn back to HaKadosh Baruch Hu is, of course, with tshuva, with ma'asim tovim, but it's with a sense of, this is where I need to find my meaning. This is where I need to find my definition. This is where I need to find my purpose. This is where I'm going to find my simcha, my joy, my joie de vivre, my joy in life is going to come from my connection to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. And when we work towards that, that's the sense of getting ourselves out of galus. Ader chuk shemayim, elayiti shemayim, or yom achrive pa'amayim asanim midin v'shemayim. Avchen b'fchi leil midbar evchana, leil mi leil midbar mi midbar. Avake iti ailas midbar, eshag mi teneni b'midbar. Agodav v'enar shel kenekev zayis, agabar iti kol b'nei bayis, agro b'sheyomer balabayis, eroshem mi teneni shomer v'shayis. Ad v'bechol leiv l'amtzehu, edo milin bom l'amtzehu, edag ayibur evelu yamtzoehu, akonin mi yiten yodati v'emtzoehu. Koifan b'milai, egeponim b'fonim l'sanoi samalai, ahohu heres b'sarmel hagia l'mulai, etzrach mitin efo v'kosvun milai. Oirach mishpati goin v'yali, oidye b'vitzi umali, umlalu mazalos b'kari me'ili, efemitin sheme'ali, as da kufra haviona, as kuraki ha'yizim mechutana, azil plugim kivrei chahal yoina, egar mitin li ever kayoina. Ach nifsha mikriyas ois eltzur, ach ubli mayim ba'af la'atzor, ach has komos litzor va'ililas litzor, asichem yavilenu yirmatzor. Eto ali hafadni batzal moves atus v'eshkornan chatzar moves atofel esamachakim lamoves, and hemi gever yichya v'lo yirim moves. Eyolusi lezrosi tarti chazos yamusi b'chol shana oimeres yashana azois, ayada la kol kimuda azois, kim loy kiyad adonai osazois. Ekov l'chol roish adonai chili, echor l'chol berel chechatel machli, ach tircha b'shir mishirei mechoili, ach ave miten chakachli. Atishkach tzak asariyele love ele egor yisu yuda v'Yisrael, alfi shenan asher maser el, lemor mitin mitzion Yeshuas, Yisrael me'ez, v'derachai laholochu azavuni, v'azavtim ufanai mehem ne'epachu roganti, v'helalti, u'meyai v'libi nishpachu echa tefarti, mirashesai yishlichu. Next, Kina Tess. Have they thrown the splendor away? It's a kino that plays off. In the art school, all of the bold words are taken from the Tochacha. Kadosh Baruch Hu telling us what will befall the Jewish people. There's a sense, Tzok, page 172 in the art scroll. Hashem says, Tzok hoy hoy va'ashpaso heirik. He says, oy oy, and he empties out his quiver against the Jewish people. Mipo heve elai ma'arik. From here and there he brought all kinds of pursuers, nations against me. Uvlagai ma'og shinei tzar hecherik. And they mock me just for the sake of bread and cause those who are against me to gnash their teeth at me. V'kila kochi bin om v'tzam l'rik. The tsar hecherik that's being referred to over here, the oppressor that gnashes his teeth against me, as Mefarshim say, is talking about those that come at us from within. And then v'kila kochi, and then your strength gets used up in vain. The Jewish people, over the generations, have faced many enemies. And those enemies came from Mitzrayim and from Bavel and from all nations that oppress us. But there is a type of tsar, there's a type of pain, a pain that we've experienced in this galus that comes from within. It's when the Jewish people eat themselves alive. It's when the original communists, those that really, really wanted to wipe out Yiddishkeit, and not because they didn't know what was what. They were the ones who were able to identify. No. This is a Gemara, and this is the Sefer, and this is that, and this is the other thing. And rip Yiddishkeit out from Yidden. The converts who would create the disputations with Rishonim, those that had converted to Christianity, the cartloads of Svarim that were burnt in a way that we think of it as, okay, Svarim are burnt, so I have my Bar Ilan, my Otzar HaChachma, so you burn that Sefer, it's disrespectful. No, cartloads of Svarim being burnt means that there is Torah that can't be learned. It just means that it is an erasure of Torah from the world in a way that can't make a comeback. There are no more Svarim to be done, to be learned from. And who does that? It's from within. When it's Jew on Jew, when it's that kind of anti-Semitism, anti-Torahism, that's the ultimate churban of a nation. When the nation itself turns on itself, it eats itself alive, like a cancerous growth from within. When that happens, that's the very worst. And it's not for us to judge. It's not for us to know how to deal with it, but just to recognize that we're not free of that in our world today. You're not allowed to have a separated minyan in Tel Aviv? Seriously? You're not allowed to limit HaTorah? Is not something that's considered valuable? It's each of us individually sitting here in America, it's not necessarily our battle to fight. We don't know who to fight it with. But for us to recognize that Klal Yisrael finds itself in a place where Kadosh Baruch Hu cries out, "Hi, hi, whoa, whoa! This is where my people are at. That's where we're at. That's where we're at. We're v'samla rikochachem, where we are eating. All of our koach has been eaten. Why? Because instead of turning our sights on things that are important, on things that are valuable, on things that build us as a people, we have to turn it against ourselves. And that is part of the depth of the Golus. Again, Mihitin Roshimayim. Do we realize how deep our Golus is? Do we realize where we're at in it? This is a sense of part of the internal destruction of Klal Yisrael. וכנגד כיסי יעקב הצלם המליכו בחללם תנאי אשר חזילים לכו ונאמם בחוגוסי תלכו למה תריבו עלי כולכם חזקו עלי דברכם מידכם היססס לכם בילה שופטי במוצא וסם ובנים הסתיר מהם קשר ועשסם ויאמר לו אבוק מתרום להביסם אחיל ונסעתי גשמכם באיתם זכרים אוסמני קילה באפיי ויסתמוני ניחם אב מהרה לישעשעוני גד הרום קרנם ואילומם הקציר ויבחס חרב שעריהם היציר מזה רב אש בקציר. תמור ויסגל לכם דיישס בציר. דרך קשתו וחילה בחרץ וחבר זלי פל שמי ארץ פרצני שלוש עשרה פרץ תחס ונסעתי שלום בארץ. היה צורכם ועוזכם ומסגבכם הפך לאכזר ונחם לכם הנוצרכם יחקכם חושכם תאבכם ואיה הבטחת ורדפתם את סרבכם ויחמוס בינס צדק מליוקי ומשקי יוסף מצא כל תומה ומכבדה הזילו כדבר מתומה בשינוי ורדפו מכם 5 מאה. זה נחל ינקי הסמו ידיכם והביאו בשערי חיל עמידת רגליכם הביקש זויס פץ והגלכם בגומר אומר פניסי עליכם חשב סנאי אומר לוקת כאשר שן המחיל וגלה סדישן כי תרחו פסה לא ככבשן ושלו ידי דגון תמור ואכלתם ישן ראשון טוב נחסי רבדי דוכני גיא חמאס וכנגדם מכני הרי כמה שנים גילה יסוד מכני ונעשה מתוכי אמר ונסעתי משכני ישבו מבקים מן ענק מסיכם ביאבא מססי פל מסיכם חרב ורב חיה ודבר משכסכם גזר צילם פס וסלחתי בסריככם כלו לשת כרגע עליכם ובכם נשבו מהיל עליכם לכם נשבחו נפשי אצל עליכם במעשכם שיח אני אדוני עליכם לאמרסם קלקלו אנא שבו בצור למלאך אבסח מנשאו ארץ הכרמל הוויזים ושעשעו ושנו מרחיכם במלא תשמעו מעידך אישי שייכים מגורך ועשסו ואומרים על סוס ננוס al Kinos, Nilisi Nasai Venetechem, Gulamasu, Vayasarchem, Kanamti Machukasai Tamasu, Niviayachto, Tamis, Shav Hazois, Edrush, Lislach, Pasti, Elazois, Pititim Kineg, the Heshivu Azois, Vanafti Vasachti, Afani Esazois, Sofku, Harku, Sharku, Moinai, Mipnim. Mi bifnimu bimachot latzim semunai kivnei zedim chalulut zvarnei lever of lalatava nomerasati fanai. Patu zedim lifnei mitachale am kever avon pakad vile veloisachaku oidem mafez bafela anafanasa venam vim al ela ad ela. Also vayom kod v'nesha on vidam mishachrani begetzim ma'oin v'chol shana v'shana hosif yogan al oin me'ez karat v'vidam shrati is going. Sak hoi hoi v'ashbosei hevik mi poi hevelai ma'avik v'lai gai mog shinei tzar hechavik v'chila kochi v'dum sam lavik kumi davki shavi al domi v'sni choiv me'eretz koilech v'doimi mi rosh ishkani v'hidmi v'chashachil iluchei Bina oimi misalech imselcho imi. Regarali visi husam leverim la'ayas. With the gasmid bar hayisi dimuyas. Vela kunuyas v'sirela gunuyas. Vishami vishalachli behem eschayas. Bachem eschayas. Shav chuli iluf kesem mechmar ve'in doila. Hamliim ga'ar ve'in mar pe'oila. Hari kamashanim hamamani lehiz kaleh. Anushim bevikuach ve'im be'ela. Tikra ida alalta admoni. Zachar v'lishas v'oshav v'tayim ka'ini, t'haim sarai b'tzeis kol me'amoni, k'neham tibiri v'alach li'afani. Afani lo chabiya k'shikaroin, arfa simcha v'ish b'escharoin, eretz eshe v'hege b'karoin, ech v'yashro, chalatzim v'sashroin. Next, Kina Yud. Eicha Yoshva Chavetzelas HaSharon. How the Rose of Sharon sits alone. There is, page 178 in the Art Scroll. This is a kina that goes around describing the 24 Mishmaros Kahuna, those that worked, the Kohanim, that did Avodah in the Mikdash, were divided up into 24 groups, and there is almost like a sarcastic changing or usage of the different names of the Mishmaros HaKahuna to indicate the chait that each of them engaged in that led to ultimately the destruction of the Mikdash. On page 178, there's a line, there's a stanza that says, Sila Abirai Mori Hara. He has trampled all of my heroes, the teachers of Hashem's law. Below Nizkar li Akedas Moria. And he did not remember for me the Akedah that happened on Har HaMoriah. The Sanhedrin, Chazal tell us, Sanhedrin were located on Har HaMoriah. Har HaMoriah, right next to the Makom HaMikdash. It's called HaMoriah because part of it has the shorish of Hara'ah, psak, the clarity of truth, of Torah that the Sanhedrin had. And it was in the Zchus of Akedas Yitzchak. So the question is, what exactly is the connection between Akedas Yitzchak, the clarity of psak, the clarity of Torah from the Sanhedrin? The answer is that the prerequisite for truth is purity of thought, purity of feeling. If a person is biased, then they are unable to really and truly convey truth because you have your own thing that you're trying to stick into whatever it is that you're trying to convey. So the yesod of Torah's emes, the yesod of the truth of Torah, is a person who is looking at it and analyzing it without any personal negias. They have no personal skin in the game. They are just looking at it from this absolutely pure, objective place. The foundation of anything that has to do with purity of thought is the Akedah. The Akedah were Avraham and Yitzchak, both of them. There was no atzmius. There was no, oh, this is something I want to do, or this is something that I'm doing for me. There was nothing like that in there. And as a result, what was able to put into the spiritual DNA of the Jewish people, this ability to look at things in this purely emistic way, it was Avram and Yitzchak and their ability to see the emes and their ability to feel the emes of HaKadosh Baruch Hu without any personal skin in the game. This Mishmeres Ma'adiyah that is referred to at the end over here is referring to Bilga, famous Gemara that describes how she had run off with some Greek duke, and she goes into the Beis HaMikdash, she goes to the Mizbeach, and she smacks her shoe against it, says, Lucas, when are you gonna stop stealing the things of Klal Yisrael? And Chazal tell us, where'd she get this from? She got this attitude from her parents. She got it from her family. That's why. And then the whole Bilga family was a family that had a whole different way of operating in the Beis HaMikdash. So what it means is, it doesn't mean that her parents were people who also like smacked the Mizbeach with a shoe and yelled at it. But it means that they saw avoda as something that is supposed to have something for us. That I'm doing something for you, Hashem, so that I can get something back, that there's a self-interest involved in it. So this girl goes to the Beis HaMikdash and she says, Hashem, we're giving you these karbanos and you're supposed to give us something back. Is it like you're not living up to your side of the deal? And therefore she exclaims, until when are you going to stop eating up the moment of Yisrael? When are you going to stop taking all the things of Klal Yisrael? There was a lack of taras aliv, a lack of purity, of doing things for HaKadosh Baruch Hu. That is the opposite of that sense of Akedah, that sense of Kadosh Baruch Hu, we give you everything, not because we get anything back, but we give you everything because you are truth, you express truth, and serving you is an expression of truth. One of the great figures of the early, and really through almost the whole 20th century, was someone known as the Skolena Rebbe. His son is actually alive today. He needs Rachamei Shemayim, but father. He lived from 1898, died in 1982. And he lived for many years under the communists. He was a person who made it his mission to fight against them. And his personal hanhagas, the way he lived his life, was so unusual. There were many kids at the time, Jewish kids, the kids who were wild, the kids who didn't have parents to raise them, the kids who were given up on, that he took in. He literally had something close to 50 plus kids who had officially adopted, and that they were literally his children. But there were literally hundreds of children that he took care of, that he made it his mission, that these wild kids, these Yisomim, the kids who nobody thought were worth anything, he was the one who took care of them. And he only got out of the communist world, the Eastern Bloc, in 1961. And he had many opportunities to leave. He was a well-known person, which it's not a good thing to live under the communists when you're a well-known Jewish person. But all of the opportunities that he had to leave, he wouldn't take them because he had to take care of his kids. These were his children. Ultimately, we talked before about people turning on themselves. He ended up spending a number of years in different Soviet prisons. Towards the end of his time, he was turned in by a fellow Jew, ended up in prison, and he was tortured. He described himself how many times he thought he was going to die. I believe it was in less than a year between getting in and coming out. His hair had turned white. His teeth were all broken. His bones were broken. He eventually got out of the Soviet Union and actually made his way to America. It's fascinating. When he came to America, so people told him, you should open a yeshiva. People, his Talmidim, his students, said, now you're here, you could open a yeshiva. He said, yeshiva? Who needs a yeshiva? Look at all these yeshivas that exist here in America. There's this yeshiva, there's that yeshiva, there's the other yeshiva. What about all the kids that don't have anything? What about all the kids that don't fit into the normal framework? And he started an organization called Chesed Avram in America, in Eretz Yisrael. He said, that's what we got to do. We got to keep taking care of these kids. He went to Eretz Yisrael at one point, and he was looking for someone. He was looking for the person who had been malshin on him, the person who turned him into the communists. And he found that the person was now living on a secular kibbutz. And he went and he wanted to meet him. He found the person. The person was obviously very broken seeing the Skolena Rebbe. And the Rebbe said to him, I wanted to see you, to tell you that number one, I'm moichel you, b'leiv shalom. I understand what it's like to deal with the Soviets and totally moichel what you did. Don't worry about it. But I have one request. Could you please send at least one of your kids to a yeshiva? And he did. That is a person. Who's the person that could be moichel someone for turning him into the communists, so that he's tortured, so that he feels like he's on the edge of death time and time and time again? It's a person who lives only for HaKadosh Baruch Hu. It's a person who has this sense of emes, this sense of truth. That there are no negias, there are no personal, this is not about me. This is about HaKadosh Baruch Hu's world. This is about doing what's right by him. That's what our world, with the Beis HaMikdash, with the Sanhedrin, was like. That's what the world was all about. And we get a glimpse through exploring the lives of others, of these great people, of what it means to be in the depths of Galus, but still have, we all have within us, this Taras Halev, this ability to have this purity of heart, where we are totally and completely dedicated to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. And again, as we sit here thinking about pondering a life in Galus and what it means and what it's supposed to do to us, this is something that it's supposed to bring out in us. We got into this mess because we lost that focus on, this is Hashem's world. And we do what he wants, when he wants, how he wants. That's what this life, that's what this world is all about. And when we start to angle ourselves to getting back to that, that's when, as is Hashem, the Galus can become undone. ודמם דון מפינס אהרון ודאו משמר שם כהנים בני אהרון כי נמסר בייס מסביב אהרון ברוך יספקה מחומש סבבים כי נראה כהן ונביא ביום הכיפורים על דמן נשכת פרחים כציפורים ונדר כציפורים כהני ציפורים כל סמי ארצה קלה מקושתה ועוון מעשרה שמיתה ובארבעה שבטים הוא פשטה ומייג'ר פשטה משמר ספוני פשטה דרכי אכל שממו כנפרץ כסלי המאל כנקרא כסילי Uad v'hushbal nitilo v'namesh ziloi kahinai saloi. Ayu oivim malivim b'lechem elechem kivitlu halo pros l'reiv lechem v'huravu v'hutzumum b'amayim milechem kivitlu shnei lechem v'beis lechem v'yetzehadar oimet b'kasav nechbas v'smahari feral v'ashach kibas v'nei v'as nechbo v'neras nechbas v'ashu v'lechem v'pas negada yudfas Zachretz manisher nesa v'nishma h'yeshivu v'atal anosa mein loy avu Lana v'roshu subu v'ravu v'uksuvu lavu kanei ayilvu Chet chatav v'amra l'el v'hil ika v'sitata v'chazei el avorhen v'kakuna v'magizi el v'yetem mim'oin el kvar uziel Masahech nifa tevel v'nala rava v'chavel v'anan avak raglev ka'avel v'in miskabel v'kainei arbel Yada paras tzarbeves v'olkichel yachi hafti v'kadar mabul Kizay Aishis, Nachibol Venibol Vayete Bachaval Kavol Kohen Kavol, Ladam Haramayan Savas, and has a Macharas Limpas and Machizuk Musar Harpas, Veneras and Elpas Kayan Savas, Miram Hirschman, no Lacing to Ein, the economy be void of you go in Pakat Alayavoin, now you give one Venami Moran Mishmers Base Kain Moin. Niskat oil of Oin, Vinacha, Kushafti Anuna, Mibili Avanin, Antimilitaf, Sefim Ugov, Vinasa Alakina Mishmas Yeshef Av. Sila Biraim Hare Hare Avalanis Karli Akidas Maria. Merav Mered, Umeria Huzaga Area Veria Mishmers Madia. Al Gabi Harshu Harshin Vericho Manis Veriko Alai Hervachanis, Verbasi Tamos Visanis Misras Tachnis Yatsa Yavanis. Perisavi Inyat Shaliach Yamil Mina Gash Kemishalach, Ushbasavir Melach Vein, Shaman Mumalach Verosh Mamlach, Tzadiku Hadonai Kipi Moras, Vahadi Hesbadu, Ayesef Vahuaras, Usmar Azai, Azivizimras. Kini Malden, Akaras, Vakats, Nizras, Karasi Lituri, Vikalila, Rava Kanati, Rava Havanera, Dulikama, Recha, Leva Mutlara. Reiki is Ardigani, Avatani, Avani, Akali, Yazine, Latarachmanu Yavana, Mehania, Migdal Nunia, Shamobiki, Yatasi Besha, Vavinis, Rafadas, Maram Shabuya, Ushati, Lishama, Abrivia, Behester, Javia, Nada, Vase, Javia. Shamo Kinis, Ankivitan, Vasasam. Many Techina, Valana Sani Rachamim Chanina, Mikrias Hanana, Alatufan Yohana. Tavara, Samoni Adamim, Vishas Shara Shamimin, Veshivachayim, Uvavon, Psilim Avigin San Salmin. Tavi Samir Hashi Sazriach, the Hadesh Atzmasina Tafriach, the Riach Nichachenik Kedem Tariach, Mishulchan Chata Riach, Shulechama Sariach. Next, Kina Yud Aleph talks about the death of Yoshiyahu. And it's Vaikoinin Yirmiyahu, Yirmiyahu talking about Yoshiyahu and his loss and his death. Yoshiyahu was the last great hope of Klal Yisrael. And his Churban, it was like the last chance for somebody to slam on the brakes before Klal Yisrael went off the cliff and the Bayis Rishon was destroyed, and it didn't happen. And the story of Yoshiyahu is an unbelievable one. Leading, Klal Yisrael had been in a place where Torah was being forgotten. Proper belief in HaKadosh Baruch Hu was something that was not given anymore. Idol worship was something that had become common, super commonplace in Klal Yisrael. And Yoshiyahu led a rebirth of belief in Hashem, of connection to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. And he really was a potential Mashiach for the Jewish people. And there came a point where he felt that the Jewish people had reached that level of being perfect, or as perfect can be, in their commitment to HaKadosh Baruch Hu, in their getting rid of, shedding themselves of Avodah Zarah. The Kinos refers to the Leitzanei Hadar, the people that still had Avodah Zarah. Yoshiyahu had so to say, a police force that would go through, make sure that there was no Avodah Zarah among anybody in Klal Yisrael. And he thought that he had totally eradicated it. And then there was a Paro Nechay, who wanted to move through Eretz Yisrael in order to wage war with the northern neighbors. And Yoshiyahu felt that it was a point in time where Klal Yisrael was supposed to dig in their heels on that V'cherev lo savar ba'artzachem, not to allow any foreign army to pass through their land. So he said no, ended up in a battle with Mitzrayim, and he himself gets killed. The way he gets killed is that there are hundreds of arrows, 300 arrows, that are shot into him, and there is, it's almost like a sense that he turned into a sieve. There's so many holes in him. The Kinos describes Tam b'mikra echad, that it was b'mikra echad, that he wasn't the only one who had been killed by the enemy's arrows on the battlefield, that there was someone else that happened to also, and it was Achav. Achav, the wicked king, the king who had taken Klal Yisrael from belief in Hashem to Avodah Zarah. He and Yoshiyahu met the same fate, but there was a big difference between them. And this big difference speaks to how we're supposed to look at and approach our world. The Medrash describes how Yoshiyahu is shot with all these arrows, and he's dying on the battlefield. And Ruach Svasav Haftzah Mipihu Tzadiku Hashem Kimarisi Pihu, that he calls out that Hashem is righteous. I went against his word. That Yoshiyahu, at the end, it was too late, but at the end, he was able to see the emes, he was able to see the truth of why it was that he was getting killed, what he had done wrong. He realized that he had put too much faith in himself and what he had done with Klal Yisrael. And Tzadiku Hashem, that he was matzdik the din. Two people seemingly die in the same way. You have an Achav, you have a Yoshiyahu. And somebody who looks at this world as being something that's just mikra. Tam, b'mikra echad. It seems like they both die in one way. It's just mikra, just like happenstance, that this king dies this way, this king dies this way. What's the difference? But emunah in Hashem, and our sense of what this world is all about, the idea that we have to be koifer in mikra. There is no such thing as happenstance. Nothing just happens because. Nothing just happens because of, there's a dynamic in the world. This is the way it works. There's some sort of political reason for something happening. There's some sort of greater world reason that things occur. No. None of that's true. It's all a sense of there's no such thing as mikra, and that there is an emes, there's an underlying truth to what goes down in this world. And this is what Yoshiyahu did when at the end he says, Tzadiku Hashem ki piyu morisi. And about this we see Ruach Apenu Mashiach Hashem. The voice that came out of him was expressing the Mashiach Hashem. Mashiach is the person who reveals the truth of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Our ability to bring Mashiach, to bring Mashiach a step closer, is when we strip down this world, we stop looking at it from the perspective of mikra, when we stop looking at everything as having some sort of, socio-political, economic reason that these things happen. And no, none of that's true. All of it has to do with HaKadosh Baruch Hu, with his ratzon, with messages that he's sending into this world. And when we're able to strip that down, when we're able to see that Tzadiku Hashem ki piyu marisi, when we're able to see that there are things that, maybe we're doing something wrong, and that's why this is happening, or we have faults, and that's what we can do to help fix and make our world back to being what it is. That's the Ruach HaPeinu Mashiach Hashem. That's when the Ruach of what comes out of our mouths can bring about the Mashiach of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Vayikonu Yirmiyahu Yoshiyahu איך אלי כוננו מאליו בן 8 שנה היסלד ראש מאליו בני אברהם חנו עליו לא השכלו סיגוי מפעליו בכל גם כל מלכי ישראל אשר קמו לגדר לא קם כמו מימוס אביגדר דבק בו חילי צני הדר אשר קמו אחר הדלס לסדר הולכם זרע שיחר כסמו את על פיכם ומשחרי גלבוין וישב ימן אחר ואויד לא ישלח ידו מן אחר זק ברב קנם דס להקים ביצע אמרסו ברר אשר לא יקים חשך תארו כניעצו וחוקים מבצע מה יעשה דס וחוקים טובים רואים נקראו בשוחל מלוך מעליב לך היום לסלוח ידי עם הארץ דמים במלוך ותענש בבציאס בני פלח כאלי המוני לך סבב נעריים למען לא יספר חרב גדול שובי אפרים ולא שמע לך זה לשוב אחריים כי גזר נגזר לסכסך מצרים במצרים וחטוס תירס מזוזוס חנו חזון אנסוסי החילו לבזוס נאור נעמים לכם להבזוס ולא יספרנו וספדו על זוס סרוהידו עלו שיעיה ויאמנו שר אומת יסוד נשייה ונקרב כקריב ולא יסבו לריתיה וירבו המורים למלך ישייה עדינו עוצם עיניו בגב נחצם חץ אחר חץ מורים ולא יחצם צודוהו סמו כמטרו לחצים ויזרקו בו 300 חצים קלו היתו אחריו אזון מצו פיהו ועד מצוי נפש מעשיו הפיהו רוח ספוסיו הפצה מפיהו צדקו אדוני כי מריסי פיהו סיסי נויב כי קיני דזעם לשלם שעוינם בעוון בצם תם קסם הטוב עמזו בפשם ויקנן עליו כליך יוהם תם במקרה אחד כוס מגידול לשטויס במאית נעשה שמיטה כגל הכלה אסייס תולה ב22 מהרוש אסייס כי ספתו לא ירחה ב22 אסייס אסייס Kinos לבט המחלי, אס כי שכחתי מחללי, סמוסי כי לא עד יעלי, רשעתי ונססי ונתש עלי. Next, Kina Yud Beis, Ole Asher To'afta. The recurring theme or the recurring word is the idea that Ba'atamali Po, and now what have I here? A constant reference to Po, here, 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 everything being here. HaKadosh Baruch Hu chose to be Po. Medrash tells us that HaKadosh Baruch Hu, Kaviyachol, has a Kisei HaKavod, he has a throne up in Shemayim, but HaKadosh Baruch Hu also wanted for himself a Dira B'Tachtonim, he wanted a place to dwell down here, and created a Beis HaMikdash in order to have a Dira B'Tachtonim, in order to have a place to be down below. And HaKadosh Baruch Hu decided Iker Dira B'Tachtonim. HaKadosh Baruch Hu tells us that that's where he really in this world feels he belongs. When we talk about where it is that we have the ability to connect to Hashem, we think about Ruchnius as something lofty, as something that we have to check out of our regular lives in order to become super hyper spiritual people. But there's a message that HaKadosh Baruch Hu wanted us to get. There's something that he wanted us to know. And it's because of this that he built a Mishkan, and it's because of this that he built a Beis HaMikdash. It's that HaKadosh Baruch Hu wants to be Po. Hashem wants to be here, not Sham, not there, not in Shemayim, not over there, but it's Po, but it's here. Because this is the place where we really do have the ability to be connected to Hashem, living our lives as Ovdei Hashem, living our lives dedicated to what Hashem wants from us. That is ruchnius. That is spirituality. It doesn't have to be some wacky, weird thing that disconnects from this world. Spirituality is here. And what HaKadosh Baruch Hu did is he said, I'm going to create a place. It's going to be a physical place. A physical place where you're going to go at your happiest times of year, and you're going to come and you're going to do physical things. And those physical things are going to be filled with a sense of connection to Hashem. And that's what a Beis HaMikdash was. It was a physical place where we brought animals, where we were ourselves, where we ate, where we drank, where we had meat and wine and all of those kinds of things. And it wasn't a place where it was, we had to be different or be weird or be not ourselves. It was Hashem saying, no, come, be yourselves, live as human beings, come to my house and be that way, because that's how HaKadosh Baruch Hu wants us to be connected to him, as ourselves with him. That's what that's what the here of the Beis HaMikdash was. With the loss of a Beis HaMikdash, we now feel a disconnect. We feel like we're in this world where we do get some bits and flavors and little tastes of spirituality, of ruchnius, but that ability to really and truly feel a connection to Hashem, to feel a Shechina, to feel that we're with him, is not something that we have anymore. And so we lament, we cry over the idea that Hashem set up our world in a way that we could be right here, being ourselves, being po, and have everything having to do with connection to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. But with the Churban Beis HaMikdash, yeah, we still have tastes of it, but that focal point, that central point of where it is that we want to be, and where it is that HaKadosh Baruch Hu wants to be. HaKadosh Baruch Hu wants to be here. He wants to be b'tachtonim. He wants to be with us in this world. But our inability to keep that up is what caused us to lose the sense of that it could all be here. It could all be right here with us. And not having that, that is an expression of the churban that we are enduring. למה לא נצח שותה ביד שדנבני יסק רבוית ירבש דרגן דאבת המלא פי על ישר קממתי לסני ארץ בחדרה בחרדס מאיפוי למה לא נצח תומס ביד צרבני יסק יתבר בדד על גוג מעצרך מלא דידי פי על ישר פצת למענוי לציר בת המדי מלדי פי למה לא נצח ורר ביד הרילים דני יסק כסני וצר ויהי איבוי מושב פי all the Asher Nachis abandoned Hoy, the Zois Asher Yeshnu Payven and a Paylam Lanetach Mayas Biad Magdidim, Vini Asaki Barley Yuchaloshia Malachapai, Umilachapai, Alisha Kivanta Mol, Machin the Shift of Kalachai Fin Lachapai. Lamalanetach Yobeadi, Vini Sakatas, Bachalava Inavi, Vain Inavi, Vinahamdi, Hayin Pai. Alisha Khanizimias, Kisav. מפי לב לנצח זנח ביד זרים, ונהיה עיסה כבסיק יצא חוצה ולא יעבר פי, על אשר הכנתי להשלך בו לפניך על גרל פי, למה לנצח לך ביד האדמים, ונהיה עיסה כגר בארץ ונעמת, כי לא נסב עד בי פי. על אשר באבוי בצי חשקו וכוי נשפי, למה לנצח וכל ביד, ומויס ונהיה עיסה כערך, במלאין ועוד מלך פי. אחר וקדמי מפי לכל דבר, יודע כתבה וחפי, أما مكال عين مكال أمشى على كباي زيت بعد الكبين خطر الخباي وفرس بتقال كباي بفاي يا تاريخ يا إبيا باي. Next, Kina Yud Gimel. So instead of the word po, this one focuses on the word ko. Many times in the Torah, the word koi, so like this, is used. So we say to Hashem, "Ei ko," where is the merit of the word ko? That was mentioned in the context of the Bris Bein Besarim. That was mentioned in the context of the Akedah. That was mentioned in the context of Yaakov Avinu with his sheep. Where are all of these guarantees that HaKadosh Baruch Hu had given us about ko? There's something that seems a little bit inappropriate about these questions. It's like, what are we doing? Asking Hashem, like, why he's doing what he's doing? Obviously, Hashem has a good reason. The reason that we're here in this place that we're at is because Hashem obviously decided that this is where we belong. So what are we asking? What's the question behind this? We're not chas v'shalom questioning Hashem. There is a way that we learn Torah. It's an amazing thing, and it's what is so stimulating about Limud HaTorah, and it's what sets it apart from Havdil, other forms of learning, is that Torah is driven by the asking of questions. You read a pasuk, ask a question on it. Ask a question about it. Because we understand everything about this world is set. It's formulated in the Torah. And the way we go about doing anything is we say, we have this reality, but we have something that says in the Torah. How do we make those two things jive? We have this halacha, we have this halacha, we have this pasuk, we have this pasuk. We have to make everything work because Torah is the blueprint. It's the foundation of anything and everything. So the question is like this. Kadosh Baruch Hu, you set something down in Torah. Koya zaracha, that Avram Avinu's children are going to be like this, that we're going to be like the stars in the sky, we're going to be like the dust of the earth, we're going to be the people of this world. And then when the hanhaga, when what's going on in the world doesn't fit with the Torah, we're not asking questions on Hashem. We're not saying, Hashem, how could you do this to us? Hashem could do what he wants. But we're asking a question that leads to understanding. The Torah says something. We see something that doesn't seem to work with it. How do we understand that? Not what's going on here, but how? How did we get to this place? And when we ask the question of how did we get here? What did we do to get here? And we turn that question where we understand that the way Hashem set things up, that's the baseline of what should be. When something is different than that, then it means that somebody did something to make it that way. Or there's something that we're not getting here. There's something that we're not understanding here. That's the question over here. Eiko, HaKadosh Baruch Hu. How did we get to a place? What did we do to get to a place where we know that there is a basic way that things should be, are meant to be, have been set up time from the beginnings of time, that it's supposed to be a certain way and it's not like that, or it doesn't seem to be like that. What did we do to make it that way? Eiko amar karish lo bevetzach bein b'sarim ko yilenetzach bein atabulu atzamai beretzach lama Elohim zanach lenetzach Einat belu atzmai beretach lemelim zinukun tzachik kadosh keselay lalevetzacha Nilcha kabitu eidvasach veidasacha Einat duku befelach rayasacha yeshan abcha besain marisacha Ekad achta vekadim nikudim b'mishuos Im kaya imar kaya chashois Einat avikachta ir milayat yeshuos Ari bepamach lemashuos Ekaisam v'harak b'tzu v'gana ula kodesh V'ifin kol v'chol chutam das kodesh Einat achelkam Ochal Kodesh Kol Hira Oyeva Kodesh. Ei Koi Tov Kishulach Koi Lavadecha Koi Sama Lishalach Lavadecha Vehinat Yeshu Vagdim Beves V'Yadecha Shagal Zerecha Bekerb V'Yadecha Ei Koi Krisis Chadashes Krisa Berisais V'Choi Amar Kechates Lalev B'Mevstei Oisais Vehin Atu Lo'akol Ben Alehim Le'asais Sama Oisais Sama Oisais Ei Koi Mishma Moshe V'Lo Koi Samar Lidvas Beis Mula Vehin Ata Na'asu Na'asuho V'nei Avlo Yivadak Mivi L'Mala Ei Koi Siach Shishim Oisias Hakadamos Koi Svarchel Shishim Givim Damos V'Nata Oscar V'Damos V'Svachetz Kartamos Ei Koi Paslakov Uver Racham Kedoshacha B'Shuva Koi Sedaber Human L'Kedoshacha V'Nata Tzara L'Irkat Shacha Shalcha V'Eish Mikdoshacha Ei Koi Kichas Levim Shleimacha Koi Sasalahim L'Tara Leves Alamacha V'Nata V'Ashu Hir Isha Shemacha L'Aretz Chalilu Mishkan Shemacha Ei Koi Shiva Shefres Eretz Koi Saseh Sheshis Yamim L'Hapil Chamel L'Aretz V'Nata Sha'arim Tavu V'Aretz Sarfu Kol Mayadei El L'Aretz Ei Koi Teshuvah Sasami Otzar V'Choi Amar Asher L'Chazim Natzar V'Hin Ata Tibchu Parachai V'Chatzar Ad Nosai Elohim Yacharatzar. The next Kina Dalid. Eiches Asher Kvar Asahu. It's already been done. The Medrash tells us that we know the famous Midrashim. How built into our world are all of the Galios that already from the beginning of time. So all of those different things, Tov, Vohu, Choshech, Tahom, they all represent different forms of Galus. So why is it that HaKadosh Baruch Hu gives us a punishment that's predetermined? That, what does that tell us about this Galus or Galus in general? So from the perspective of Bechira, did we have Bechira, not have Bechira? So yes, HaKadosh Baruch Hu pre-programs things. And generally, we have Bechira to experience that, to not experience that. But there's something else that is being conveyed to us over here. If you have something and it smashes, you have a chair, somebody goes and throws it against something, runs over with a car and breaks it. So the metal is bent and the connections are cracked. And is somebody going to be able to reconstruct it, make it back again? Maybe, maybe not. Will it be as good as it was before? Will it be different than it was before? Who knows? When something was designed to be taken apart, it means that it was designed to be reconstructed. The idea that we have a churban that's built into the fabric of creation and of our world, it tells us that not all is lost. Churban being pre-programmed means that there's a tikkun that's also pre-programmed. There's a way of fixing this thing that's also built into it. So as much as we look at Churban and we see devastation and we see ourselves just so removed from anything that these Kinos are talking about, and we don't even have a way that we think of reclaiming it, of coming back to it. But we're reminded that no. HaKadosh Baruch Hu built this in to the fabric of the world. Just like Rabbi Akiva, we talked about on Shabbos, Rabbi Akiva was able to see a Churban Beis HaMikdash and laugh. Why? Because he knew that the Churban was just the setup for the tikkun, for the rebuilding, for it coming back again. So built into this world, yes, is a kfar asahu, that there is a Churban that's built into this world, but that's actually not a reason to be upset. That's a reason for us to have hope that we'll be able to reclaim who and what we are. וכדמונים חזו מגודס, וראשי דרש נודה, עד ליסר כנרסב גדה גאיבה, קיימס יצר צר, זה ספר לפניו ובצר, בובי... תובי לבו כבוד ויסצר, וכנין אלוהי חיי כבי עשר צר אלוהי מה שהיום, נוצאת סקיר נטוי וגדר הלוחיה לדרש לימד נהויז נהיה על שבר שהיה נרמי מזרח מבצר מרי כזרח והרו הרבה מלאכי יסבר אדם נצרח כי דבר שער מזרח ויחמוץ בין אצל זרע וירא השלחס נזרע ואימנו פלסב כבזרע וצדק מידס הדין כעז רע אריה ואריה ונאנח ולקודוס זה פינח אשר שם מכעסנו ולנח מרבז גזוי טוב זנח זוהר תום במחזה כי לא יהמין בנאום זה וזן אינו במקום הזה ושרמים משמימו וכן אין זה חשש בעלים ויורדים ויבן כי ויהיו ויורדים חניכה ומבדינה חרדים ומיים תבוא זבול מרדים זבול מאספרב נפו מאספרס נעלימי וכך יעשן כבוא זיו שערב מני מנס באו והינם תמונה בארץ כי תבוא תרדם לידה זמן כי לגלס כהזן קייס מזמן השב הבליג קייס כמן ויש ורשאלה לעבדה זמן קייס בלה אוס מסעיס ודה יקב ליam ישוע ולא נדע כי ואיתה יחש ויספדה ויספדה רז ליבן נספדה ונחסה מהם ולא יאכל ויאכל מכנס פסחה ויסחנה אכל ויאכן חמה כלו אלא כסין ליציר כשלח ונמשלח ביד השלח עם הבטח לי להשתלח אחרי גלדי ישלח אם לבבו עלי לסוף איזה יום הכיסוף, ליבם היכן לשרת מסוף, אז יראים לך בזרח כסוף. כסוף זה רבי יקרמה, בני גמל וימין ומימה בנים כשררים לכם הזרומה, קצו נפשם בגי אדם לדס עמה. מה מצא סלב לסה בי, כי בוגד וגדתי בי, ממדבר המרת בי, ועדת לא יאמנת בי. נביא הכניתי אביגדר נשתברו פרצס לגדר, נגלסי בימנה כלסתר, כי לא קודשו ברצי הדור. הדר זו יוזמו דעשה סף ודווקו, השפעתי אסכם שמו ואופקקו, יחד כשמם כן מסמקקו, מסמקו, ועל כפיים ספקו. ספקו ססו בארץ, כנפלו ביד המלכי ארץ, סיבו כי ישם הירץ, על ידם יזקייני מסייס בארץ. פרצו פיהם חג לאדוני בשלי, דימו קהילת שמר שולה פעלו שקר, שלה יד כאבה שלה. שילה יריצה כחלה מאיסה ונמאס כאשר נעשה בראו מעבירה עשה לכל אשר חפץ עצה עשה ימי יעש וצב יין וליתרחה שלה כשיין ולהפתי כחרב וציין עד אשר יפיע עליהם מציין צעק ציין איך נסן לשום עלי גייסן צהל ורקע על לפתן וחמסה חצי ציין נסן ביצוסה איש ולני ורקמי יותרתי לאגה ולקממי ושגם נחלתי והלהקימי ובחריה ובקושתי בסוחה קרבי לכי כלוי זויס המנוחה קצי בחיי מהנחה הגשתי ולער במנחה ויה נפשי זנוחה משם משבה מהנחה ותושבנה ונשב זנוחה נאמר שם לנחה נחה ידיים במבנה ושלא שמתנבו וידיים The next Kina Tezvav, gets into some of the real sufferings that took place at the time of the Churban. Churban Beis HaMikdash had, it's one big thing, but for us, we would probably divide it into two angles. There's the loss of all of the connection with HaKadosh Baruch Hu and everything that the Beis HaMikdash represented when it comes to that. And there was untold physical suffering. The Jewish people being destroyed. It was a churban of human beings. And there's a description over here. It's indicated in Eicha, v'yetzi v'kodko sipach v'ritzatz, and he smashed heads with leprosy. What does it mean? What's it referring to? So the Medrash tells us that when the Churban was taking place and the walls of the Beis HaMikdash, the walls of Yerushalayim were breached, so there were beautiful girls, beautiful Jewish girls, who decked themselves out, and they figured, you know something? Okay, this is our ticket out of here. We're done with the Jewish side of things over here, and we'll be taken by the noble people, by the noblemen, and they deck themselves out. They allow themselves to be taken captive, to be kidnapped by the strong soldiers, thinking that this was their ticket to a new life, to a new world. What happens is they end up getting tsaras. These girls get this leprosy, and the guys that take them look at them, are disgusted, and they take them and smash their heads against the rocks. When Jews assimilate, in a place like Germany, when the Germans rounded up the Jews, there were these Jews that came out with their medals of valor that they had earned in World War I for their dedication to their homeland. But they were rounded up nonetheless. When the Soviets, at the beginning, the Jews were so much a part of things. But all of a sudden, Stalin, the tsaras comes. And the Jews are no longer not a part of things, but they're public enemy number one. In the Kovna ghetto, there was a man who was he was the son of one of the Gedolim. And he was a professor of languages, very, very, very chashuv in the world of academia. And he had a child. And part of the way things worked in the Kovna ghetto was that there was a certain group. Rav Lobiansky's father was one of this group that were allowed to actually go out of the ghetto go to a bakery to get the rations that would be brought into the ghetto for the Jews. So one day, all of a sudden, kind of mixed into this group of people whose job it was to go to the bakery, was this professor and his child. So Rav Lubyansky's father said, what are you doing here? So he said, listen, I have a student who I was very, very close to. I did so many favors for her. I started her career. I really built her up in the world. And I was able to communicate with her. And she told me that she's going to take my kid. Kid had blonde hair. She's going to be able to take my kid and be able to get my child out of the ghetto. So they make their way to the bakery, and everybody's doing what they're supposed to do. And the professor is looking up and down the block, back and forth. Nothing. Nobody's coming. Time is up. It's time for them to start marching back. He bribes the guards and says, could we just wait 10 more minutes? 10 more minutes, I'm telling you, she said she was going to come. The minutes pass away, and she wasn't coming. This person was apparently very wealthy. He took out more money, and he bribed the owner of the bakery who had a phone. Let me call her. Calls a student, says, I'm here. I'm at the bakery with my child. And coming over the other line was hysterical laughter. The whole thing was a tease. On the way back, the professor's face totally changed. He said, I did so much for the student. I made them who they are. And this is what they do for me? You can go over to the Goyim, but at a certain point, you can deck yourself out. You can make yourself look so attractive, so important, so much like you belong and you're doing things for them. But then we get that saras. All of a sudden, disgusting, gross, we're untouchable. So we think we could join them, but we really can never join them. Vayetze kol hadara bas tzion. All of the beauty of the bas tzion, it goes away. Do we feel that? Do we feel that yet? What is it that we have to go through over here? We're going to convince ourselves that, like, well, it's the war in Gaza, it's the dead Palestinians, it's all of that kind of stuff. That's really what's behind why all of a sudden we seem like we have tsaras. We like to think that way. It makes us feel better because there's something about just knowing that we just have the cooties or have tsaras that gives us the creeps. It makes us feel really bad about ourselves. But it's coming to this realization. This is how HaKadosh Baruch Hu makes it. We cannot join them. We are not like them. And when we think that we make ourselves so beautiful and so perfect and so much a part of things, all of a sudden, that saras comes back. The thing that's different about us is what we really need to think about. the Soviet Union, there were a group of Chabad teachers, rebbeim, who stayed behind. And they taught, and they were shaykhim, and they were the moilim, and they kept that little tiny ember of Yiddishkeit, of belief, alive behind the Iron Curtain. There's a description I heard about one of these Giborei Koach, one of these amazingly strong people. They were imprisoned. Prison in Russia. We just can't imagine what it is. Nowadays, people go to prison in Russia. I have a feeling it's not the same thing. But he described how he was in a cell, one cell, 50 people, and everyone got 10 minutes a day that they were able to go outside, breathe clean air. No plumbing. The bathroom was used in the cell. And there was one day with his Yid, Rav Mata Lifshitz, was asked by a communist who, again, had been so much a part of the party until all of a sudden Stalin had turned on the Jewish people, all Jews, and they were purged. And this die-hard communist, who he himself had tried to root religion out from everyone and everything, turns to Rav Mata Lifshitz and he says, when we have that 10-minute break, can you stay back here with me and just sing Unisana Toikef? Rav Mata Lifshitz was shocked. He didn't know what to make of such a request. He didn't know if it was a setup of some sort. He didn't know what it was all about. But those 10 minutes a day, those 10 minutes were so precious. It was 10 minutes that you got to see the sky, breathe air. But he said if a Yid asks for something like that, he was going to forego those 10 minutes. He stayed back with this communist Jew, and he started singing Unisana Toikef. And that communist dissolved into tears. We're different. The neshama is always inside of us. It's alive. It's real. It beats along with our hearts. When we put ourselves into places, when we identify ourselves with a world that's not ours, when we try to join a world that doesn't belong to us, we have a physical reaction. We get saras. It's Hashem's way of telling us that you don't belong there. You live a different life. You are made up of different stuff. This is not who you are. It's not where you're meant to be. Golus is hard. The destruction, the feeling of not belonging in places where we've tried to be good citizens and we feel at home and we're patriotic and we're dedicated to whatever it is in whatever country it may be. And then all of a sudden we're just pushed aside, made to feel different. It's not something, it's upsetting. It's upsetting when it happens. But it's something that actually reminds us who we are. We're made of different stuff. It's something else that makes us tick. And we don't belong in those places. Those aren't, we are not indigenous to those locations. And therefore, we don't belong there. And that saras comes out. We have to remember that sense of separateness, that sense of difference, that different purpose that we have. That's what Golus is meant to remind us. Ularavi ve'avoiseri verani hagever yechaisa von ha'uvachosam mipibel alahagoshina echad samalish brach echel nenesim gam shafach ach b'yeshav yafayach zachar b'pasi b'sharav v'namkina tetzaliyah b'rafei b'isabem charav b'chayzev chabeis kol chasri v'azvi ayrach yasari bila b'siri v'ari bila b'ayis l'vamut v'mezakar v'zgam v'chabez asach v'nikaf l'alana v'yakar v'hiveni l'echol Shivani, Mini Tsara, Shivani, Bamakaja, Shivani. Nakala Sini Vinatu, Gosa Kuhutsalat, I said, Mikopal, Velas, and the thing about Adi Kadaka, Oina, Divinashaya, Veshiv Yamina, Kamila, Shiagam, Kiazak, Mashavia, Gam Gavara, like Parki, Uvanaki, Sasam, Karaki, Badad, Yasami Bushimia, Causes, Vilashava, Causes, Vamari, Bezos. Darki did to Sakla Havili, Legalisha Havili, Library Vili, Derek Nike, and this the ram. If you mean Bivri, I'm a real the lockdown feeding and Sunday, a line of measurement, Thursday, May, and Allah for Yavas and Family, Eagles until some I see what's a station. I see if you look on the other side. I highlight the bad as in me. The Francis study into me. I see the plan of Salami. I actually make the expense of the large very ויציב בקוד כוסיפה, קריאות וחיזיק מסורי בי ואשליצת ויגרס בחצוץ ויחמוס וינצם ידיונך פישי ומגבר לסומר פישי ותצנח בשלום נפשי ויקל לכבד ונהיק ונצחי בקוד קיבל לתנוחי ואמר עבד נצחי מצרים בחושלח והשרים בכם והשפעים לכם כי זימסו נשמעתי אז במסכם זכרו הזייס כי נבש נרבי ונפל ברזרים ונגבדו די זכר נרבי לנחל ומקשיח וזרים ומקשיח לרבי כבס השיח ספס וביניים ופעלה מבין ונוחים פרט ונזמי זרזה שבחולים יאוזין את זרקם וחולים בגיבה וזרעם באוזן וירע בעולם סבי הזרעכם خیلی خواهی به اول اختیار تمرکز می‌سازیم می‌زنیم خواهی هدن کیلو سنگ خواهشاب خواهش لکه کاری کریم ما یفکین مکسی سکریم خداش ناب کریم خسته خسته ماگیشی كيركي إذا لقاش شيء خل كأذن برنامشي عودة من خصمون من لقدر برات بتخفض كشويس بايس بخرات ماشي مسياني يتعرض ثم ستف لنا تكاف لنا سكر خمي كذاب تبادلنا كذاب حبيتي وساي في بيت تعلمهم خليفة أيفير الله يشفعك وشمام تبيا خليفة تابين نخل بهاي سفين المال كمال الله خرابين لفضل الله جبر إيزا عشان النبي تعرف نخل يا ضيع ربي وعجزنا ما انقلنا فتدمي شبدمي يا شوي قلبي بلا يا ضيع خفي يا كي خبر الله يا خبر يا تيم ربي إذا يسوي شخص بما يخي بكشاتي مي في تارسخي تين ما كان أخي أبدي أم كخرت بكرت بيجي سينو سامنو كأبد أستعتها أرد كالكويت أريني هخلام بترى خرسان خزن كلام إلا يزنخ يدام كله كما تميمين يخم يالها هني خم كيم هاجر خم إلا كاسم بيتيز لام بزاخني شيشة ما أبيها كلا كلا إلى من لباي ناشد بفراس يشوي شما وخش ناشد مزيات شما بيمي شما لا يخم خزين إلا ما بنا في كذا لذاك يتاخذ رجله إما سنويز كما هو من شبر يانكي كما بسخن كذا لا تسمع شوي كذا لأنه خز بس أنا كذا يغني تاني عايزين خبرة ليس دبري فاي لما تمشون كتير 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 مشون إلى تسأشون في يومي أسألني إلى ما قال إذا ما بتهي وإذا أخمر ما الله لي وتاني سنو بياد مي بمزنا سمي بياد Not with another version of Mahamarino, which I might be in the Mahamarino. Now, the version of Marino is again in the numbers and see those for me, the Bishop, Takasaba, Suratame Sakumashi menu, Minasen Gavarzel, Shamenu, Zolimus, Desimenu Shavas Masas, Makas Masharim, Red Vekavin Sharim, Abid Nasharim, Ali the Shakun Mahira Fizenu, Magdin the Nishan Gidufim, Pots of Lapium, Pots of Saba, Pemi Shakas, Better Labidakas, Bakabakas, Benefit, Kubas, Manik, Milani, making me in a Palgaman, Nafla Terrace, Asmash, and a service of the evening. It's by the Savannah. Perisha puts its Ikis in Yusugura. Tomorrow is most to have a Sakara in Unigura. Also, ever Saviachara Arav, as with an Egara and Yashkavira. A dinner of covered Allah, SMS, Allah, any Allah, Azep, Pasak, Naila, Musach, Lesver, Mahabzamam, Afani, Elachimam. Sadik Tzart Adai Litz Baruch Hilkat, Shemach Bart Tzadani, Katsibar Tzadani, Mevar, Wali Arach, Nishbatam Subabar Tzadu Tzadai, Tzadu Tzadai, Vesal Adarshi, Alasamala Darshi Tzafamai Moshi, Alhertzion, Zavalach, receive it, sir, Tzachach, Malal Shevis, Zacharti, Basic, Rasik, Shef, Pasmanai, Alechimakim Banai, Karas, Ishim Kadinai. Kumi kiri lai kalim yes and the magnish and pleasure and alim kalim 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 minan jembedayin akhar gavdem like akhar atadena ketan tazeb almasaka kharish azeb aristazeb Rayburgers makas energy where maybe nashi after the nashi Roy bi asusi nashi masika and شمعت خبرتم شفق شرخ هاشفين شلم 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 سمع الأفتم شلم زغت المسوي شلم تفت شمعني دمه يسدل خير إذا أمر هاشفين كم كذلك فجعلنا تنين كلاس بلاد مخبيس أيضا استفهم لبتي تنهم كنا تم تخلص تكفلنا الأخدم يبلغ لي الحميدين ترى تدفع فتشملين كيسا متركم بشيخ الكيم ومتباس خالو الله خاكيم هاشفين وعبينو إلى خلقين. Next, Kina Tezayin starts talking about Titus Harasha is going into the Beis Hamikdash, the destruction, the devastation, the degradation that he wrought on the people, on the women, on the children. And the end of the Kina focuses on the story of the boatloads of Jewish children who were being taken to Rome to be used for disgusting, immoral purposes. and how they ask HaKadosh Baruch Hu, they want to commit suicide, they want to jump off the ship and not be brought to that place of degradation. And the question is, are we going to be lost? Are we going to be lost from this world? Heard a story of a gadol who lost his wife and 10 children in the war. And at one point, he took out those pictures and was showing them to someone. This is my Bechor. This was this. And when he got to a certain picture, he blanked on the name of the kid. And he cried and cried uncontrollably. When someone dies, there's a zecher. There's something that marks the memory. There's a kever. But the yam, when somebody dies at sea, it erases people. A child didn't have a wife, didn't have children. When they're gone, they're gone. There's no metzias, there's no reality of that person anymore. These 3 boatloads of children, they saw themselves as being nakar, ripped up, uprooted from this world. And therefore they ask, they say, where's our place going to be? And HaKadosh Baruch Hu says, don't worry, because even though you're going to die in the Tehaimis, even though you're going to die in those depths, and there's not going to be a kever, and there's not going to be a marker, and you don't have any children, and you don't have any future. That's what it looks like. But we are eternal. And the Mesiras Nefesh that you have is going to be something that's going to ultimately return you to your people. This isn't foreign. Babies, children, entire families. Erased from this world. Young men, young women. Just kids, 18, 19, 20 years old. Kids, they're soldiers. Erased from this world. Gaza. deep underground. Alive, dead. Who knows? It's a profound, profound sorrow. It's a profound pain. And people are lost in such a way. But HaKadosh Baruch Hu says, my people, Titus is old news. But my people, those 3 boatloads of children, we don't know their names, but thousands of years later, we're still talking about them. And the eternity of Klal Yisrael says that it doesn't matter where these people are, so to say, lost. Those babies, those children, and those families that seem like they leave no mark. They have no zecher, they have no kever, there's no place. Kadosh Baruch Hu says, no. I give them mamashas. I give them reality. They are real. They are here. They are eternal. But in Galus, as we sit here right now, it's with a sense of suffering, a sense of real pain. Pain for all of those who are lost. But one day they'll be found. Zachar asher asa tzar bifnim, shalach rabo v'lifnei v'lifnim. Nachlasinu b'yez kitimei lechem ha'ponim v'gidei porochas b'alas shnei panim yisamim gil b'magin v'adam v'yimadei kav b'mari adam dam yamino idalach v'yishkin achitam yidam ki yatam min abayis v'chabam v'layadam alakasai Havais gaver v'nata el yadai l'malam gaver mitzayim v'chala armim bam l'gavar ani v'zachivu yamatei l'avetavar avazin azara k'yes nizkini v'chavar v'l'ish v'zazar natzaya hilchnis v'laynach v'ish avadim chitu b'secham nabas ish amah v'veis ish mi'bam shalach ish v'nafshinu tavanu k'etzik l'shares v'shama ba'ani shayi bam l'shares as we know namakesh k'mishares v'lamatzah tishim mishlashak l'shares Noshim kisharu kiva aris bekar kabayis na'alat v'acharitz sarim l'pasum kavay paritz meves kaidash kadshim tachnas ha'eshetz v'achavim melachat tzagam l'chuzakim v'sava kiyizak b'shishim riva mezakim zekinim niv'asu kihirshu mishvakim asais mitzay nevahu asur azikim shavas Saitin v'yavayad man v'yisabim chama v'yavaysamon nafla around the nepitzel achvalos v'arba ad kinot Pesach arbayis ha'chel avoy yad arba rashi tafsir v'achrivoy outside my reveal is echer hisbitboy v'sadacher kasalein v'lav v'yavoy ata katzaf daver yishisa לפני שילדים אשרים בהם כמו משם להכניס למרות שגם לשעת המנחס פינס ושפכם בארץ בית בשלש תבינס. השבנו שיוו כבאו נבחי יום, שיתפו עצמם יחד למפול ביום, שיר וסשפחויס, שרו כל יום, כי הולך הרגנו במצולת יום, כי סמויס בו עד נפשם, כל זויס באס נבלו שכחנו חגנו לממשון, תקבסם נעשינו למשיב מבשן, ובאס כל נשמע ובאדמה תקשור. Kini Zayin. The Kina reflects on some of the most painful images that one can imagine. Women eating the fruit of their own womb. The suffering, the pain. There was a Yid in Auschwitz who went to the Weitzner Rav. Weitzner Rav ended up in Chicago. The Weitzner Rav was in Auschwitz. The Yid came over to him and said, I have one child, and a bunch of kids were taken. One of the things that the Nazis did was that they said that we had to have a certain amount of children that were collected. They were put into a certain place, and it seemed like the way they did things was at a certain point, all of them would be burnt alive, killed together. My child was taken, he said, and on the first day of Rosh Hashanah, they're slated to be killed. I have a shaila. I have some valuables. I can bribe one of the capos to get my son out. But if I do that, there's going to be another kid who's going to be taken. What should I do? The Weitzner Rav writes about this, and he said he was, as a Rav, he was just, he was going out of his mind. He said, I don't have a Sanhedrin to tell you what to do in such a situation. I don't have any svarim to look up what to do. This is not a shaila that this is not in the the Aleph base class of smicha. Like, please don't ask me the shaila. The father continued to bombard him. What should I do? What should I do? What should I do? And the Weitzner Rav, he didn't have an answer. So the father eventually says, okay, listen, you don't have a heter, so Memela, what seems to follow is that I have to be sheva al tasa, I have to just do nothing. So the psak is that I can't take him. I can't redeem my son. The Rebbe said, the Rebbe said, I'm not paskening. I'm not paskening this direction. I'm not telling you it's a suffix. I'm not saying anything. I don't know what to do. Just pretend you didn't ask me. Weitzner Rav writes that half hour later, he sees his father wandering around camp. He's muttering to himself. He said, Kodesh Baruch Hu, I did what I was supposed to do. Me, ich bin a Pashto Yid. I'm just a simple Jew. I ask a Rav. There's no answer. He didn't tell me I could do it. I can't do it. My only child is going to be burnt to death. But it's what the Torah wants. And all day on Rosh Hashanah, the father was b'simcha, that he was akad, that he was able to make an akedah of his child on Rosh Hashanah to do the Ratzon of Hashem. Klal Yisrael has throughout its diaries, faced so many of these situations, parents and children. Who goes first, and what do I do next? And what's the right thing to do? Emunah, the emunah of Klal Yisrael, the emunah that we need to generate inside of ourselves is Klal Yisrael b'tefarta. You know what Klal Yisrael looks like? It looks like a people that understands that a child is the most precious thing that a parent has, but that if HaKadosh Baruch Hu says, this is what you give, it's what you give. It's an emunah that rips at the fabric of a human being. It's an emunah that is an unspeakable ask of a person. But it's an emunah that's real within us. And with all the suffering of Klal Yisrael that has been and that continues to be, Kadosh Baruch Hu should see these snapshots of what Klal Yisrael looks like b'tefartai. And it should be as a chos for our geula. T'chal nashim per yom elalei tevachim elalei. T'vashel nashim rachmani asiladim hamadudim tevachim elalei. T'goyzne pas roisha v'tikshanu lususim parachim elalei tidbak l'shenyenik l'cheich. V'tzimon tzechechim elalei t'chaim nazula mazuboy b'navashel b'nin tzarchim elalei t'vadna zula zu tinibaniach b'chavoy minutach n'tachim elalei tizmena. Sarba voice of body bemars v'sheichim alalali im tchoyavna b'nazal chekim asim nisbachim alalali im titoshna v'chosh zalalim v'choves kiryat v'chim alalali im tiakerna b'shikol v'racham b'tzimuk shetayim v'im habonim sachim alalali im tikoshanu shmona mayos maginim v'arav alachim alalali im telahatna v'cham b'mini meluchim b'nagdais nifuchim alalali im temaatna me'elef me'a asarach alamabanim Mabachim halayim tanoisna v'la masachim chelshmani v'la kodim barachim v'im tishavarna Hashem koloshtam nefashas kiketzim gizuchim halayli im teharafna adam nakishmani melech kodim mishuchim halayli im tipachna nefashas mizukim mirach v'nosirichim halayli im titzavarna alev and achas Tisha kabin mechila diminachim halayli im akana Shalosh Me'asyon Kim Al Sharcha Achas Mezuchim Alalim Terena Rakas Vakinas Gulos Alagad Rafta Bachim Alalali Im Toshachad Rubeitz Vatayim Vinos Nidivim Mishu Bachim Alalali Tisalafna Basilois Babachim Mitzim Nitzechim Alalali Ruach HaKodesh L'mulam Harim Hoy Al Kol Shechinai Varim Mashik Ramidim Es Asher Loi Asher Asulam Hoidim T'chana Rosham B'yom Ashmiyim B'mirei B'mikdash Adonai B'mina V'yilayim Kina Yud Ches. There's a theme over here for Amarta, V'ata Amarta, Heiti Ve'ti V'imach, V'niflinu Ani V'amach. You said, I will surely do good with you. Let us be different from all of the nations. V'lama b'nei Belial chilulu shemach, lo shefachta aleim zamach. And why have these B'nei Belial, these worthless men, desecrated your name, and you haven't poured your fury on them? And that's the recurring theme over here, is you did so much for us because we're different. And we have a job in this world We have a job in this world of being the agents of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. And you know what? And sometimes we don't live up to what we're supposed to do. We don't. And therefore we're punished, and we go to Galus, and we experience all kinds of pains and sufferings and trials and travails. And we deserve it. We deserve it. But HaKadosh Baruch Hu, we say, what's filling the void? With the world is filled with the horror of who's left to speak. If you think that Kadosh Baruch Hu, that, yeah, okay, so we're not being Kadeshim Shemaim the way we're supposed to. But think about the Chil Hashem of those whose voices are heard in this world. We're different. There's a contrast between us and between the others in this world. And we suffer at the hands of those that are Mechal Hashem Shemayim. And we think to ourselves, like, what is it that we're supposed to see? When we think of all of the tsar, all of the pain. There's a Chil Hashem. There's a Chil Hashem that takes place when you have these other nations, when you have these other people that are able to rear their ugly heads and express themselves in this world, treat us like garbage. And it's that Chil Hashem that in this Kinos we hope HaKadosh Baruch Hu sees. Again, it's been so many years since the Holocaust, where the survivors, those that really saw firsthand cruelty, the chilul, the desecration, saw what that was all about. But we see it. We've seen it now in our world. There's an image that I didn't see, but I was told about it. Soldier, an Israeli soldier. Enters in to a house in the south of Israel. A few days after the horrible pogrom, and the soldier has to live with the following image in his mind. A child, six, 7 years old, arm cut off at the shoulder. Hugging their stuffed animal. Having been thrown into a room alone locked in. Leading to death. That someone endured that. Child. That a 19-year-old soldier found that. Also a child. That such a thing happened to a child of Avram, Yitzchak, and Yaakov. Sarah, Rivka, Rachel, and Leah. Chil Hashem. A chil of humanity. Kadosh Baruch Hu, we turn to you and we say, Ata Amarta, and you said, Heitiv Eitiv Imach. I'm going to do things good by you. But you know something? Maybe we didn't live up to what we were supposed to be. Maybe we haven't done what we're supposed to do. But that these are the people. That these are the people that are able to walk around with swagger in this world. These are the people that when a building gets blown up, everyone's going to listen to what they say happened and what they say the numbers are. That these are the people that we have to sit down on a table, animals, negotiate with them. What is this world? What a Chil Hashem. And therefore we ask HaKadosh Baruch Hu, please, not for us, for you. Please don't allow the skulls to continue. V'yata amarta heitiv heitiv imach v'nifli v'nyan v'yamach v'lomba b'ni b'lei ayach v'lelu shemach v'leshvach v'lim samach yidal devak v'mad v'lim l'aneg kasher yisayim v'nesayaneg v'lomba doidinim tatzu v'zlisaneg v'ayek v'nsav v'lachaneg ateinak d'advash misala v'tatzinas l'misala v'lomba shayvtihem nishbetu v'dei salah v'lelehem nipatzu v'lasala Atos in Hachtavatim Kol Goy, Lakachas Goy Mikarev Goy, Velomachosh Vallah Larti Goy, Bamluchu Venachidim Goy, Atatitesa Shishim Shmanim Lavi Goy Shemiramunim, Lamayos Mumayavim Vamadim Amzu Betu Vimanim, Atakivata Leshavas Haidacha, Haise Kansim and Chaviadacha, Lama Lachar Hishavtaha, Yamin Yadacha Vatanabel Kisan Kvidacha, Atamaram Leela Madina Vishan Kanata Mirmishan. Lamani Tzarasha Bevevel Hashan, Ad Kina Gatsari Ishan, at the Sasta Latova Lema Vasiach Tevema Vasituema Lama Oritz Cheriv, Vomar Elohimo Asher Yachal Chelev Zavachimu, at the Paradabas Kanam, Yom Tasachal Plasam Yom Pulamatzalati, Ad Nifchayam Vijikdal Shivikayam, at the Kadoshi Shifti Los Kedishim, Vikavishim Am Kadashim, Lamarak Shakayam Kedishim, Vehisim, Base Kodesh Kadesh, Veshim, Base Kodesh Kadashim, at the Shemala Hinuki, Hinuka, Zukas, Ishnis Rufa, Vilamatavala, Nachlaskopa, Tatsimiach, Rufa, Valina, Lachaifa, at the Tadika Kolaba, Lachadina, Hatsdaka, Nats, the Kalakaba, Vilamanahinu, Vilana, Diba, Kiachos, Isbaras, Tumecha. Next, Kina Yatas, L'cha Hashem Atzdaka, V'lona Boshes Aponim. It's just reminding us again. Kadosh Baruch Hu, everything that you give us is tzedakah. And it's more than just we didn't follow through on the deal. Gave us something, we blew it. I mean, imagine, somebody, friend of yours, cousin, and you get a call. He needs somebody to bail him out. He got caught stealing. Okay, so get down to the police station. You go to bat for them. You tell people, okay, no, he's really a good guy. Take care of him. Okay. As you walk out, get into your car, and then you realize that the person who you just bailed out stole a bunch of things from the police station. I mean, Kadosh Baruch Hu gives us something. Gives us life, gives us our abilities, makes us who we are. And he gives it to us for a reason. So when we use it to create the things that we're supposed to create and to make this world the place that it's supposed to be, it's good. It's tzedakah, but at least we're using it. But we are using it in the way it's supposed to be used. But when we use that which we were given to create Ra, to do the opposite of what it was meant for, that's a boishes upon him. That's a super embarrassment. The churban that exists, the galus that exists, the suffering that exists. It's a churban outside. It's a churban in our world. It's all of the suffering that's happening around us. But really, what this Kina reminds us is that the churban is something that's inside of us. خادنا تصدق بتام شيطان تهمنا وكتب بخس بدفاعش ولنا بشر سبنا بيان يكرافنا لفنا بسنة زوجة من الدفاعش خادنا تصدق بكل من نفر وفر فمن أنا ولا شبه سبنا لخم كل وسنا بخلين بربنا خادنا تصدق بحمد بارش لا خسنا دفاع فلنا بشر سبنا بني أتسايس لفن وخسرس بدي زهم كم دبار وخادنا تصدق بسخن فأجمع خل مملخس كنان ولنا بشر سبنا بخنا شمال بخير بليمة مان خانية ترك بفايل شباط بأربعة سماشيهم ولنا بشر سبنا بسلم خاكي فأناخنا بشر خانية تصدق بكي ماشي لا فينا في كيفان بيسلمي بلا بشر سبنا برش عشان سبنا شخر بو وفام أنو نخلمين خادنا تصدق بشنا خربنا شخر بو بيتسيني بأناخنا كيامين بلنا بشر سبنا مشوفيني علينا بخليف شتشوفلين برخمين خادنا يتصدق بسيشم يشان شايسا سنك بشامي لشماء ولنا بشر سبنا كسفاش خمدايس حتى يلا يزخ شماء. Miskina kinachaf. Hatei Elokai aznecha. Hashem, incline your ear. L'sif leses mina etzes mili v'ashemayim. To those who blaspheme, saying that there's no reason to fear Hashem. Shmat sha'agas tzarecha hoimrim oru oridos ayesoid shahar shemayim. And here, those that declare destroy the foundation of the Mikdash. And again, it's another sense of what exactly we're supposed to be doing in this world. Our zchus for survival is our being makir, our recognition of Hashem, our bearing witness that Hashem is in this world. Our showing that Hashem is in this world. And the voices again, that dominate are the voices that deny, that mock, that there is no Hashem, chas v'shalom, in this world. Chil Hashem. Skulener Rebbe was jailed in 1959. And as he was being beaten to the edge of death multiple times, he made a demand for matzah on Pesach. The jailers, when he would ask for it, would laugh and double down on the torture that they gave him. You think you're getting matzah in here? Crazy. But the UN got involved, shockingly, in a positive way. Other Askanim were involved. Somehow the word got out that this breach of his humanitarian rights was going to be a problem, and pressure was placed from all angles of the world. And what had been a joke in the prison, that this Rebbe, he thinks he's going to get his matzah here in the Soviet prison. You crazy? 30 minutes before Shkia, on Erev Pesach, matzah shows up. His jailer, his personal torturer, said to him, this only happened because of your God. When the Skulener Rebbe got out of prison, 61, and he met one of the Askanim who was involved in putting on the pressure and ramping up the world's pressure for this. He told him, he said, I want to tell you something. You're going to get schar for giving us matzah for Pesach, because he was there with his son. You're going to get schar for giving us matzah for Pesach. You're going to get schar for me being alive, because I would have starved, because I wasn't going to eat something that was not Pesachdik. But he says, if you want to know what your chelik in Olam Haba is going to come from, it's going to come from that guy, that jailer, saying, this was your God that did this. The haidah, the admission that he had to make about HaKadosh Baruch Hu, the impression that makes on the world. Kiddush Hashem in a world and in a place that was absolute chilul Hashem, making the world devoid of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. That's where your chelik comes from. That's your chelik in Olam Haba. Our schus for survival, the reason we're here, is to make the presence of Hashem felt in this world. And therefore we say to Hashem, maybe we're doing a good job, maybe we're not doing as good a job as we can at doing that. But listen to what everyone else is saying. Look who's left in this world besides us, and what they're saying about you, about God, about HaKadosh Baruch Hu, about him running the world, about his people. Listen to that, and HaKadosh Baruch Hu, and the goal is for that. Kol sha'oin me'ir b'chema shfucha l'shatek. Gad le'atei ha'sachar t'tzir shalach v'gam gamu ne'gamu le'mel machma. U'shema palatzah so me'be'e Boha esi tobe vesel yelachamo. Atelo yazon chala atu etzem v'chashvu mizimam ban yorolo. Ushmasich has no yatzu liviach devalecha lois nistakalu. Atelo yazon chala niyatzu v'shelchu be'esh migdash maro shamo. Mecharfechem admi me'toida v'kol zimra. Atelo yazon chala leitim latzon chamdullah lahem. Shmakol chabesam asher chafucha v'abelam eschalehem. Atelo yazon chala yarbo v'yotzi akuvim mechavos mahazrim. وشمعت عقستين فم كأذى مزبخ خازرين أتى الله خلق خلقتين في بيت كداش كداشين وشمع زيدهم مزاركم لملاخ ميلاد كداشين أتى الله خلق الله يزم ميزم متى كل فينا كما يتب بفيساي وشمع فيس هذا مهالدين كينو يش بفيساي أتى الله خلق الدفرساني فأفسيايد وشمع جدو فأبخير فمشتات خاتات هالكساخ أريد أتى الله خلق الفيتو مالك اسمه تخيل فإنه دفزا وشما بخياس ماس بدين بكريم هم خاكيم مسايبنا حتى الله هذا خضر ربي موزا بشكاخ ونوتاش والعرش شميم وشما نكاسين بنا كانين نكاسين وربنا خمك تاشق شميم. Next, Kina Chaf Aleph. Arzei Lavonoin, Adira Torah, talks about the Asar Haruge Malchus, those 10 giants of Torah whose lives were taken. It's a machlokus whether this will happen at one time, whether it didn't happen at one time. But these 10 karbanos that were offered for Klal Yisrael. When people die, Al Kiddush Hashem, and we wonder what is the point of their death. Rav Daniel Mikelim, the last of the mashgichim of the famed Kelm Yeshiva, as the people of Kelm were being brought out by the Nazis, by dug trenches, and they were ready to kill them all. He asked for the ability to tell the people the last thought. And he told them, he referenced the Asar Haruge Malchus. And he said that in the Yom Kippur version of what we say about the Asar Haruge Malchus, it says that in the middle, the Malachim turn to HaKadosh Baruch Hu, and they say, Zu Torah v'zu schara. This is the Torah, and this is the schar that comes with Torah. And Hashem says, be quiet, or I'm going to turn the world back to Tohu Vavohu. Doesn't answer the question. What's pshat? What does he mean? That otherwise the world is going to go back to Tohu Vavohu. So Rav Daniel explained. He said there are times when our world runs out of schusim, and there's nothing for the world to do other than to go back to Tohu Vavohu. There's no reason, there's no way, there's no zchus by which it's kaya, that it makes it last. But then HaKadosh Baruch Hu says that if these karbanos are offered to me, if these people die al Kiddush Hashem, that will refuel the world with the schusim it needs to continue. That's the pshat. The Malachim said, HaKadosh Baruch Hu, how could you do this? This is the Torah and this is its schar. How could these people, how could these Tanoim, how could they be taken and killed in such a way? The answer was, the world needs it. This is what they can give to the world right now. It's something that we can't relate to. It's obviously something we can't choose. It's something that we can't understand. But this is what makes the world go round when the world runs out of schusim. So we wonder, when people are killed al Kiddush Hashem, when people die al Kiddush Hashem, without realizing that that's what they're doing. What is it doing? What is the impact that it has? You know the impact that it has? It is something that fuels the world. It gives the world its ability to go on. So Rav Daniel Mikelim turned to the people of Kelm and said, do you know what you're about to do with your life right now? You're giving it al Kiddush Hashem, and you are going to give the world the ability to continue. We have trouble when we see lives taken, and we discussed already a few times, children, babies, teenagers, innocent young people in the prime of their lives. What for? It's for you. It's for me. It's for all of us. The cheshbonos of Hashem, how and when and who, these are things that are beyond us. These are things that we can't and we won't understand. But that there's meaning, that there's purpose, that it's for me and it's for you and for this world. That's what we're taught by the Arzei Levono, by these cedars of the Levono, Adirei HaTorah, these giants of Torah. They were able to have an impact on this world in their lives, and they were able to impact this world even more so with their deaths, Al Kiddush Hashem. And as we read this and we think about those that provide our world with the fuel that it needs to go on, and as we've talked about time and time again today, the memory and the impact that it seems that certain people didn't get to have in this world. It's wrong. It's not the right way to look at it. When somebody dies al Kiddush Hashem, the impact that they have in this world is immeasurable. It's immeasurable. And it's something that allows you and I and everyone else who's here to be able to live and to be able to thrive. Arzei Levono Adirei Torah. Alei Teresim B'Mishnah, Ma'avodi Barakacham Lebetorah, V'damem Nishbach Nishazah Gevurah. Yinam Kedoshi Harugi Malchus Asera V'Aleilani B'Chevani Nigra. Zois B'Zachariah Zak B'Marachem Das Yisrael Kli HaKadosh Nezar V'Torah. Ta'arei Kedoshi Mesu B'Misach HaMarah. Yadu Goro Mirishon L'Cherep B'Rurah. Kinfol Goro Rabbi Shimon Boshat Savara B'Chakin Exer K'Zerah Rabbi Shimon Chazer Harak Ben Largo B'Nefesh T'Tzurah. Mizaron Shah B'Vaka Shaliv Kaisal Ben HaGivira. Natavar Shavinas Noel, Kivaisav Minerva, Tabasa Mena Valeno, Bival Piva Gamura, Onava Amar Pamis Gabra Batera Besam Nikness of Misamishan of Kamura, Tiva Lapshidis Russia Bisar Hasriva, Kiamba Iba Amrula, Navshinishkina, Russia Haposhedes, Ligia, the Mitzvah Mitzvahs Bara, Sak Takov Nisdaza, Lumber Etzis Bayura. Meacharav if US Rabbi Akiva Ikirim Metochna Zubazubis Vera, Sarkos Besra Bemesser Shabazet Ishtabra, Yatsanish Musabah Baskalamra, Ashrach Rabbi Akiva Guvak, the vertical terminator, combinator. Ben Bava Rabbi Hudach Ravivu Bishivran Levas, Arad Nerak, Ben Shivim Shanabi Dearua, Yoshiv Besanis Hayevana Kivdakasib Malachta, the Marba, Ben Radio Nakrak Makilski, Lesbian Shara. Yoshev Darish the Sefer Torah Maviki for Bechavlez Marasa or Hitzitza Behem Chuha, the Sefer Torah Sifukin Shal Simmerini Khali Boshlemus Meira, Chosid Rabbi Sheva Vasafarago Amara, Vizarakuhu, Vihishli Huhu Laklovim, Babikura, Yatzat Baskalo Love Shalinech, Lumiteras Michelle Shamara, Bachravi Chutz Bisbio Mivra, Oifa Pariach Nisrap, Avelpiv Kamadura. Sadi Rabbi Elazar ben Shemua Bachavina Nerag Madkiva Yamir of Shabbat Hayazman Kiddush Vekadesh Vekra Khair Shafu Valani Khubachem Gamra Yatsan Ishmas Bavar Lehim Yatzara Kohina Vakahina Hosifu Bene Avla the Anos Bigara Biskilas Rifa Herik Vahanek Yuhala Shara Naisabras Mimana Yakhlara Yasapazura Khazahetuna Favashaket Rumavatarfra Yahakvira Yetiv Adonai Vilisifot Yasara Imitz Berkaim Koshelos Khalek Yaakov Moshe Beitzara لذلك ملك ملك يا ما شمول بيفضل لا يريس لي سفني Kinos of Beis is the first of the Kinos that focus on the Crusades, the year Tatnu. And there is something about the Crusades, again, in a certain way, feels somewhat unrelatable, distant time. But in the cradle of Ashkenazi Jewry, there was a devastation that took place as communities in their entirety had to decide what to do, how to behave, how to face the hatred of our enemies. And what's clear is that they acted as a kehillah, that they were a kehillah, in a gathering of people, a community. Doesn't seem to capture it exactly, but they were a unit. They were a single unified unit. We, every single week, we talk about these communities that were killed, that were murdered, Al Kiddush Hashem, and we think about, or we should think about, what exactly that means. That we have a minyan of people get together and we say Avarachamim, and we talk about the blood that was shed. We talk about Uvemoisam lo nifradu, how they didn't separate in death. It means that they lived as a unit, and they died as a unit. Because this value of a kehillah, this value of what it means to be part of a unit, to be somebody who gives and takes within it, somebody who's part of the fabric of what that unit is. It's something that defines Klal Yisrael. Klal Yisrael is not a bunch of individuals. We are individuals, but we belong to mishpachos and we belong to shvatim. And as we went into Galus, we belonged to kehillos. We belonged to the unit of an Eda, of a group, of a congregation. And as we say this, it's to reflect on what was lost, because this was a total destruction of chalakim, of portions of Klal Yisrael. And it's to reflect on what it is that is of value to Yidden, what it is that is of value to Jews. The unit of a kehillah, the unit of these subunits of Klal Yisrael, and how it's something for us to hang on to cling to find a value in. Nisbeit Maras of a Canibani, the Vashakasi at Hakayama, Siftiana, the Sierra, the Shamarid, the Sechiva, Miracle Nehi, Avima. Ershavas Messiah Varvasim Halkopanim Pavur, Hovershka Havakaz, Zakan Kidu Aval, Livanaka, Mios Nisargai. As the Reshucha, Sila Baraya Gayas Miftacha, Sila Sabakarai Nasach, Minisika, Berishka Hutas Nivasan Kasucha, Ilu Davitapai Nakshava Sanctifica, Elila Azos Dimasialecha, He Aswalai Divuyat Sanyacha, Labai Sabaki Lavim Tzvaka, Elila Shemem Zaki Adamavid Vesakavahim of Kulnihiam. Everything to tackle Mabra to fight Hamburg, go to Bahamra, Kal Kahala, Tarakam Afkira, his annual Ladas and Bazira, Alimakin Zero, Gazero, Lokari, Abazam of the Ebro. This fact to be precious with the Radicadation, Agadam Hadera, Ishakim Hiskubi as well, David Bira Taiba, but the Royal Avidas of Hasu Gavera, but him to Rastafara, I will listen to Fury, say, Lai, the great Shadavai, they marry, they were Bami, Valazaki, like a Dachamatum, Kaila, Hector. In this game, I'm like rats, we don't make any color. I will be seeing how he made on the Rio. As this game. Tyra, Hikvisak, Vespashi, Bafrim, Haven, Evan, Yachinas, Lovins, Benjamin, Adev, Semission, Terravism, Marim, from my Madrim, Achemara, Hapmi, Rim, Miga, Temigos, Misas, Marim, we value the motivation of him, in this was American, we shall date Mamma, we'll come to me, I shall show him, and come out of the Hashem has given them Gurkins, I have no Hashem, no Hashem. Oy Vavoy showed Veshevel nice women, the house and Jacob them to him. The Chulyoina and some of his loss of the Rimer, if I be meeting Sefarim, Voikim, it's happy Miguel, the Hobim, me married him, I share him as a Sharim, Michustation, at Mosetta Vidroya, Considerim, Canilatars, Hashas, Rufazarim, Kalo Alexarim, Kizirim, Sabachim, Dilam, Amadudim, Valilans and Zapaka, and Kalam, Think down in Ishmael, and my memory. You shall not hear me, cast of him, shall be fashioned, the only memory. The Bella community might be Next, Kinach of Gimel focuses on the story of the children of Rabbi Yishmael, that his son and his daughter, Rabbi Shmuel Kohen Gadol, was the great Kohen Gadol, the representative of the Jewish people. He was beautiful, as we saw in an earlier Kina, to the point where the Romans wanted to peel his skin to be able to have that, the daughter of the Roman general. So the son and this daughter, they're beautiful and they're taken captive. And the two masters get together and they say, hey, I got a beautiful guy, I got a beautiful girl. Let's put them in a room together. We'll make ourselves more slaves, beautiful slaves. That's their plan. So the son of Rabbi Shmuel is sitting in the room as this is going on, as through the night. And he's sitting in a corner saying, how could it be that the grandson of Aaron HaKohen is so full of Kedusha, is put down in such a low place. Meanwhile, on the other side, you have the daughter of Rabbi Yishmael talking about how could it be that her, with all of her yichus and the beauty that she's all about, how could it be that she is going to be put into such a compromised, such a disgusting position? And as morning comes, they see each other. They see that they're brother and sister, and they lock in an embrace, and they're crying. Their neshamas leave their bodies with their crying and with their purity still perfectly intact. It's a sense of the kedusha, of what's real and what's not real, of what's emes and what's sheker. That you have a world that looks at people and looks at things and they create values. This guy's handsome, this girl's beautiful, put them together, create peiros. And it's the beginning of a galus in which you have somebody who represents a boy and a girl, a man and a woman who represent everything that's kadosh, everything that's holy and pure and special in this world. And they're just being looked at literally on a skin level. And part of what our world is suffering from is that perspective, that skin level perspective. And this reminds us of the kedusha, of the tara, of the purity, of the holiness that lies within each and every one of us. And as we look at our world and we look at ourselves, it should be with a recognition of the fact, and again, it's part of the Chil Hashem of Golos, that there's all this kedusha, there's all of this, all of our neshamas are here, but we're trapped. We're in a world that doesn't see it, that doesn't recognize it. And it's part of the desperate plea that we have to HaKadosh Baruch Hu to end the Golos. It's Navi Chatas Yishmimo. Vidamasi Alechei Azrim Aviyam Zanini Arim Avim Yamin Haivalay Nachum Chadal Chadal Mikal Kayev Tzirei Nivdal Badal Al Ben Abbas Merishmal Kain Kadal Zachamika Levaviyasima Vayim Yamim Yamim It's Nishbuven Aflution Adu Nevim Shechinim Zelu Mazechonim V'Yisapru Zelazeh In Yonim V'Zamar Mishavyas Tzionim Shavisi Shiv Chalavush Ashonim Kalavana Beziv Class their Panim Sarkatia Yamima Vayim Yamim Yamima Yehusi Perlin Bechaflaim Hinani Mishavi Yerushalayim Shavisi Avad Yifayinaim Kashemesh B'Takvayes Etzaraim Boinazav Game V'Nachlakab in time B'Vlados Kamakach Veshamayim L'Shema Zois Titzalos Nahim L'Zecher Zois Madei Afrima Vahim Yamim Yamima Keskimi Al Zois Shneim Yachad Larv Zivgum B'Cheder Echad B'Hadonim B'Machot Flibam Ke'echad B'Im Boichem B'Mar Nefesh V'Fatad B'Gebechiyasam L'Dimim Ha'Vahim Yamim Yamima Zais Bar B'Chil V'Kir Levim Nin Aron Ichle Shivcha Yi Noisei V'Hi Gam Hi Tiala B'Sigra Shoiseh Bas Yocheved Ichle Evet Yinosei Oy Ki Zois Gazaram Evi Oiseh L'Zois Yivku Ash V'Ksil V'Chima V'Him Yamim Yamima Orba Kazazeh Hekiki Roi Hoyachi Hoyachoi Zigbi Roi Nizdavku Yachad B'Izchaberoi Ad Yatzasan Nishmasam B'Nishima V'Him Yamim Yamima Zois Ikanim Yam B'Shia Gzera Zois Tamirani B'Chaliyah Bilvavi Kadi Kaid V'Chviyah V'Nubas Misped Rav Ima Avid V'Si Chavahima V'Kol Nehi Arima. The next Kino, again another Achub Beis HaMikdash, the destruction of the Beis HaMikdash. There is a line that says, Taster le'elam, Tashishim Meiroin, that HaKadosh Baruch Hu hid himself to keep the Malachim quiet, so that they would not sing Shira. There are three places where Kadosh Baruch Hu has the Malachim not sing Shira. By the Mabul, by Kriyas Yamsuf, and by the Churban Beis HaMikdash. where there's a havamina, where there's a thought that the malachim have that we should say shira, and then Kadosh Baruch Hu does some sort of hastaras panim, hides himself in a way that makes it that they don't sing shira. So by the Mabul we understand that there was a destruction of evil so that good can come back. That's actually a reason to say shira. Okay, but there's a lot of destruction and death, people being killed. Okay, no shira. By the Yam Suf, the Jewish people were being born, so they're saved. So of course there's a reason to say shira. No, Masa Yadai Tava B'Yam, that Hashem says, no, these are my people also. Mitzrayim are people that Hashem made. So therefore there's no shira. By the Churban, what's the Havamina for shira? The answer is that it's a recognition. HaKadosh Baruch Hu was angry, and as terrible as the destruction of the Mikdash was, we're told that there's eitzim va'avonim, that it's being taken out on stones and wood. It's not being taken out on people. So the Malachim see this, and they see this is saving the Jewish people. It's a perspective that we don't often look at, but that it's Golus, the suffering of Golus, is something that HaKadosh Baruch Hu is with us in, and there's a purpose for it and to it. When the Skalena Rebbe was released from prison, finally, 60, I think. So he got out soon after Shabbos Nachamu, and he found out that his daughter-in-law had had a baby on Shabbos Nachamu that was named Nechama. So he said, let me sing you the song. And he had a song, Hoidul Hashem Kitayv, Kili Elam Chazdai, with a super upbeat niggin that nobody had ever heard before. So his kid said to him, where do you know that? Where'd you get that niggin from? He said, what do you mean? I composed it in prison. So they said, how did you feel that song? These nigunim, this is not an artist who's trying to create something. That it's a niggin, it's something that came from within him. And he said, what do you mean? I had to prepare for my Suda Soda. It's going to get out. It's going to have a Suda Soda. And I had to sing a song. But there was more than that also, he said. We say every day, Baruch Goizer Umakayim. What does that mean? Hashem is Goizer, he makes Gezeros, I guess, and he's Makayim, and he fulfills them. So it sounds like Hashem makes a Gezerah, and he fulfills whatever it is, whatever decree that he sets up. He said, no, shots like this. Baruch Goizer, Hashem is Goizer or Gezerah, that there's a decree, Umakayim, and he allows me to live through the decree. That he puts me through this, Gehenim, but he's the one who's being Makayim me. He's the one who's keeping me alive through it. I thank Hashem for that. Baruch Goizer Umakayim. That's a perspective on Churban. It's a perspective on suffering. HaKadosh Baruch Hu puts us through things, but he's Makayim us through it. We limp along, we suffer, but our ability to be, our ability to exist, our ability to keep on going, it's all from HaKadosh Baruch Hu as well. And it's something that's deserving shira. It's something that deserves a shira to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. That's this, HaKadosh Baruch Hu needed to keep the Malachim quiet, because really, the Churban was something that was deserving of a shira. How's it deserving of Shira? It's deserving of a Shira because through it all, with it all, HaKadosh Baruch Hu is with us. And it's with that sense that Hashem is the one who brought it, but he's the one who sustains us through it. That is something that's deserving of Shira. That's something that reminds us of our connection to him. And when we want we'll skip the Geyser, and we'll just have the Mekayim. Al Chorban Beis HaMikdash ki ras v'chiyudash. As you did this, Nafshi B'Kafay V'Natzati Azavti Azbeis Yves Nafalastin Natashti. We're going to skip right now to Kinos Chavav. Kinos Chavav is a kina describing Yirmiyahu going to the Kivrei Avos. It's on page 278. Going to the Kivrei Avos. And Chazal tell us stories like this. Destruction is coming to Klal Yisrael. And Yirmiyahu is not crying appropriately in HaKadosh Baruch Hu's eyes. And Hashem says, I'm like a person who has a child that died at the chuppah. There's a certain regesh, there's a certain feeling that's supposed to be felt. There's a certain crying that's supposed to come with it. And Hashem was saying how Yirmiyahu, you're not expressing it, you're not feeling it. Go call the Avos. So that's us ba'aloch Yirmiyahu al Kivrei Avos, that he goes to the Kivrei Avos. And he says, Yirmiyahu, you don't know how to cry. The Alshech says, if you take somebody that has one child, and they have a child, and the child is just misbehaving and not just inappropriate in all of the things that they do. And people want to kick the kid out of school, And they say that, can't hang out with everybody else, it can't be with other people, doesn't behave appropriately, doesn't fit. If you look at things from a perspective of schar va'onish, of just regular reward and punishment, of consequences, it makes sense, it's fair. But when you call the avos, when you look at it from the parent's perspective, things are much broader than that. So if a kid misbehaves, can't fit into what we would call the normal masgaret, the normal framework of where kids belong. So professionals might say, okay, can't be there, can't be with them, we have to have that consequence. But the mother, how the mother's gonna react? They're gonna say, you only see the trouble. But the parent sees the child. And then they see the child, and with a problem. Klal Yisrael, when it came time for the Churban, and Yirmiyahu was looking at us, he said, okay, it's bad that Klal Yisrael is getting destroyed, but Hashem told them to behave a certain way. They're not behaving that way. What should be? Kadosh Baruch Hu says, no, you don't get it. You don't get it. This is a child that was coming to the chuppah that died. Call the avos. The avos, they're the ones who are able to see the broader picture, the full picture, from the beginning, who that this is a person here. This isn't a problem that you're looking at. You're looking at a person. You're looking at a unit. You're looking at Hashem's child. That's who we are. So we ask HaKadosh Baruch Hu, when we say that Yirmiyahu had to go to the Kivrei Avos, that we ask him to see our pintaless selves, see who we really are. That yes, we have all of these ways that we don't comply with the way Hashem wants us to live. But who we really are, our father, our mother, they were able to see the truth that lies within us. And it really calls for us, it asks a question of us. How do we look at people? Do we look at them avostic? Do we look at them in this way of, we see the human being, we see the person, we see this invaluable being that maybe has limitations and has problems? Or do we just see the problems and the limitations and we judge and we dismiss and we don't feel the kesher? The Skolena Rebbe that we've been talking about mentioned he had hundreds of children. It sounds like an absurdity, but he had hundreds of children, kids who were cast aside. But he adopted them. He was able to see them in a different way. Story is told of, he was davening Kol Nidre, this big Baal Avoda. He was davening Kol Nidre for the Amud. A little kid comes running up to him with a runny nose. And as he's davening Kol Nidre for the Kehillah, turns, takes out a tissue, takes out a handkerchief, wipes his nose. Because he saw as a child, it's inappropriate in this moment, in that moment, in that, but it didn't matter. So the value of who that person was. His son tells a story about how there was one time, it was very cold, and his father, his natural son said, his father told him, there's this Yasim over here, could you give him your blanket? He's cold. So his son says, I'm also cold. It's winter, it's cold. It's in Russia, it's cold. So his father said, yes, but you can say tata to someone, and that gives you a little more warmth than that person has. Give him the blanket. There's a sense of how we see other people. We want HaKadosh Baruch Hu to see us like his children. The sense of achdus, the sense of connection, this feeling that we try to build inside of ourselves, take away this galus, is working up within ourselves that sense of connection as well. ויבטח אז וזכרתי להם בשנים ההם היו כבוד וסוי ולא פחד ולא יראו ולמינם ההם ולא שבו ולא נאו ויחס הבק על המרז ולא יהיו זעק אף המון בעבורם חינין פני אלמם חינם ניסנו סייסייס ובחינס עבורם והן חסיס בשברה ויבטח אז עתירה עבורם תודה רוס בבדס הרוס יועצו לחטוב ברוס נשברוס ויחס הבק על ביטול סרס הדיברוס קויד סבח יצוד פני שכין שחק לשוב בידבה טבח לחוכך ואם זו נשחט ונמחק ויבטח אז וסביסיה כמס יצר. מורו בירמיה ותמוהר מריה, נלסי בנה נסי וגאי, גאיה, אילן לימנשיה ונחס הפק על המידה זכריה. סלבן למדם ולמוז גזעני וזלב על הליה, נשן דמות תמכני בלב, מרגז ומני מחלף, ויחים פרעל מיני דמים ודמים מכמה אלף. בצרי הנאמן גפוש, מעבר מדומן, ציינו שמרחיקי האומן, מרגז ומלזמן ויבדח מן למיאמן. ברכה חוסר מפקו בנהב זו פה מקו בנהב בלא מכנס בשתי ידיה שוב הסמי בנלחסכם מלא מלא כל משלכם שולחתי בבל למענכם הנה משווה גלוס בניכם Skip to Kina Chav Tes. Amarti shumini bivchi amarer. I said, turn away from me while I express my bitterness with weeping. There's so much bloodshed throughout the Doros. But there's a line in this Kina that we have to always, I think, keep in mind. We ask HaKadosh Baruch Hu, Kanei l'shimcha avurcha hakel, this is on page 298. Be zealous for your name, Hashem. L'dam avodecha shafucha l'chorvas Ariel, and for the spilled blood of your servants and the ruins of the temple. Unakoim nikmas b'nei Yisrael, avenge the vengeance of Klal Yisrael. Tipei damam achas la'achas menuyos. The drops of blood counted one by one. V'yez nitzcham al begodecha b'purpuracha heyos. And the drippings of their blood on your royal garment. Let him judge the nations of the battlefield. Hashem takes every drop of blood that a yid spills, and they are not lost. They become part of HaKadosh Baruch Hu's begadim. They become part of his royal begadim. Because the bloodshed is never meaningless. The tsar, the pain, is never for nothing. There's no such thing as collateral damage. There's no such thing. Every drop of blood. There's no mistakes. Every person, Rahman al-Litzlan, is killed at Kiddush Hashem. It has an eternal makom. It has an eternal place with HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Large numbers, whether it be 6 million, whether it be 1,200, large numbers cause us to forget every single drop of blood. But every single drop of blood ends up as being part of Hashem's Big Day Malchus, ends up becoming part of Hashem's royal clothes kaviyachol, and it's through that, Yodin Bagoyim Moli Gvios, that HaKadosh Baruch Hu will judge the nations. אמרתי שומני בבכי אמרם. מה נפשי שמעתי בבכי עזר לגנך, ועשמי עזר בגנך, ואל תתני בגס לך ואל תיתן בעשנך. כי בבכי ימות הארץ ואל נזז, יזי מקדם וינח לביזז, איך אני אסף רעזויס, דמי אל תתני בלנשר, הרי מכל זעקים הרע, כי שווה שפר נקרא, הילאו מימץ נקפצו, חיילך הקרויס פריסטיק כחפצו, עלם חי ודמוסה ויסיועצו, ונקלו מזימוס ניצס אשר למאוד מדקה מפחד לברד, אמרו לכו ונחי די מגר ולסחר מישראל לאוידס, ישמיע בני מקרוב, לא ינחי הלם נגד. Yuklatinu naris lamaru of Hechanathan Zevach, Hekdeshkuru of Halalay Ozer Bavahar Gutuvay, Yusuni Kashas Sabai Vaivai, Hamakas Ilahi Kasi Beres Mavai, Taiva Mative Habed Vitsurasinu Hishmidu Gibar Vizaza, Mahartinu Laganizach, Taviavach, Khosif Homishmaninu, Yachala Tavakuvala Katulam Gidim Benus Milkotavas, Mishabataza, Dedan Gumalim Halavati Gumishadaim, Kavash Rachman Lazavach, Yiladavish, Kugurim Ladavach, Hechan of Matvayach. لما سمنا أمام هنا نشغل من التوازن يقديش من التفاقيتكم نفقدين الأفاقيم الناشم بيا مالك دفقي مش مالك ما بين يشغل مش مامي Tati libi mitzvah toichin kinyan of yodadi ain't tzedek yeshadina navatavili reyalim kedashim damin meshlim avanos amnishava timantavila adam lejan isbadi divakishiva biyamifala yiva lazay sarkali b'yitan chalchala giber niyazam minachna shmila invalif neganayavla almasati nibavla chadashan nigmasavim Tibidam amachas liachas medunas vias in the summer with the representatives and the representatives in the sun. My hair is lost in the sun. You have not come to fish, that's good. Okay, we're going to go now to Kina Lamed Aleph, where we have the contrast of B'tsesim Mitzrayim and B'tsesim Yerushalayim. That in a sense, there's a contrast of how good it was when we left Mitzrayim, how horrifying it was when we left Yerushalayim. But there's a message. There's a message here about the expressions of tsar, of pain, and the expressions of simcha, and the contrast. But there is something that there is a unifying force. There's a common denominator between them, and that is that they're both with the presence of Hakadosh Baruch Hu. Being in Galus doesn't mean being abandoned. When we're in Galus, Hakadosh Baruch Hu is kaviyachol, doing what needs to be done for us and to us, but it's with a purpose and it's with a reason. But the sense of Hashem being with a person is real. The Reb Label that we talked about earlier, who was somebody who tried to keep the spark alive in Soviet Russia and was thrown into various prisons at different times, tells about a time how he was put into prison. And with all of, the stuff that Russian prison comes with. And he's there surrounded by all of these non-Jews. And all of a sudden, an old Russian turns to him and says, Are you Jewish? He says, yes. He says, have you heard of something called the Talmud or the Gemara? I don't know what word he used for it. He said, yes. So he says, I one time read a story about somebody named Rabbi Akiva. And he was teaching Torah to people, and there was this person, Papos, who came to him and said, what are you teaching Torah for? You're going to get killed for it. And this Rabbi Akiva said, I know, but it's like people, it's like fish being out of water, being without Torah. He says, is that story, where is that found in the Talmud somewhere? Do you know? Can you tell me a little bit more about it? And this Reb Leibel said that he sensed that this was a message from HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Here he is in a Russian prison, and this is the conversation that he's having with some Russian peasant, clearly coming from HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So let's take up to Lamed Aleph, and then we're going to head for the end of Kinos. Eshtukad bekirbi v'alos yalibi b'tzeisi mitzrayim kinama'ir lamanas kira b'tzeisi mi'Yerushalayim az yashir Moshe shir lo'inashe b'tzeisi mi'Mitzrayim v'yikonin Yirmiyah v'nahadnehi nehiyah b'tzeisi mi'Yerushalayim Beisi his kainin v'shachan ha'ana b'tzeisi mi'Mitzrayim v'chamaseh shachna alai ka'anana b'tzeisi mi'Yerushalayim Gali Yomromu v'chachoyma kaimo b'tzeisi mi'Mitzrayim zidonin shatafu v'avo shitzafu b'tzeisi mi'Yerushalayim degan shemaimu mitzor yusuf v'mayim b'tzeisi mi'Yerushalayim lano merohimim ubayis umayim amarim b'tzeisi mi'Yerushalayim hashkim v'hariv tzivivas harchar b'tzeisi mi'Mitzrayim kariyel evel al-naras b'tzeisi mi'Yerushalayim amarik v'dadonai keisha chalus lefanai b'tzeisi mi'Mitzrayim v'chariv lutasha v'letavach nutasha b'tzeisi mi'Yerushalayim shemenu mincha v'shemera mishcha b'tzeisi mi'Mitzrayim sugalas elu kacha v'kitzayin letivcha b'tzeisi mi'Yerushalayim chagim v'shabbos v'movsim v'oisos b'tzeisi mi'Mitzrayim tanis v'evalu doifa hevel b'tzeisi mi'Yerushalayim tavu alim la'arba degolim b'tzeisi mi'Mitzrayim v'ali yishmelim v'machalos arbelim b'tzeisi mi'Yerushalayim yovilu shmita v'eretz shaketa b'tzeisi mi'Mitzrayim mochulet mitzvos v'koros v'kostos b'tzeisi mi'Yerushalayim kabaris v'orin v'avnei zikaron b'tzeisi mi'Mitzrayim v'avnei akala chalei abala b'tzeisi mi'Yerushalayim levim v'aharonim v'shivim zakenim b'tzeisi mi'Mitzrayim noxim u'moidim u'mochim v'koinim b'tzeisi mi'Yerushalayim Moshe Reinu v'Aaron yanchenu b'tzeisi mi'Mitzrayim nevuchadnezzar v'adyad Yonos Keisar b'tzeisi mi'Yerushalayim Narach Mucham v'Adon Neshama b'tzeisi mi'Mitzrayim rachak mimenu v'hineinenu b'tzeisi mi'Yerushalayim Sisrei Peruchas v'Sidrei Marachas b'tzeisi mi'Mitzrayim chema nitachas v'alai sochechas b'tzeisi mi'Yerushalayim Oilus v'achavish nechoichem b'tzeisi mi'Mitzrayim Chev medu karim v'bnei Tzion hayikarim b'tzeisi mi'Yerushalayim Pari migvois l'kavod nigvois b'tzeisi mi'Mitzrayim Srikos u'tzruos v'kolos u'zvois b'tzeisi mi'Yerushalayim Tzitzas dov v'hamshel v'rihav v'rahav b'tzeisi mi'Mitzrayim hushlach hanezer v'afas ha'eser b'tzeisi mi'Yerushalayim Kedusha v'nuvua v'koil ukvod Adonai nira b'tzeisi Mitzrayim nigdal morav v'rachatuma b'tzeisi Mi'Yerushalayim v'yina v'shua b'chatzer tzatzer b'tzeisi Mitzrayim zakas oilo v'nakas cholo b'tzeisi Mi'Yerushalayim shulchan u'mnara kolo lukatar b'tzeisi Mi'Mitzrayim elu l'sayevo faston l'matzeva b'tzeisi Mi'Mitzrayim toidus udo klei chemda b'tzeisi Mi'Mitzrayim sasoin v'simcha v'nas yagan v'anacha b'shivu b'shuvu l'Yerushalayim Okay, so we're gonna skip to Lamed Vav. We're just everything that we're longing for is a return to Zion, a return to Eretz Yisrael, to Yerushalayim, and the longings for that is expressed in this Kina of Lamed Vav. So we'll say Lamed Vav, and then we will, after this, we will do the Kina for the Holocaust, and then Elit Zion. It's on page 328 in the art scroll. Darshe Shlemech Vem Yasar Derechem Yom Mizrach Mitzafin Mitemen Shlem Rachak V'Karva Sukal V'Rayach Shlomat Tikva Noshin Demav Ketal Herman V'Nechzav L'Virit Amal Harayach Liv Kois Anusech Ani Sadim Ve'ezech Elohim Shiva Shivusech Ani Kinel Shivayach Livi the Ve'esel V'Nefnei El وجمع المخنا مخنا كده بيخ شمش خنا شخنا الله يترك بساق الموشى وشاقك شويخ كبرنا البر هي ما بيخ فإن صار الشمش بخاف بما بيخ أفخذ نفسي ليش تبيخ بمكم يشوفه خلهم يشوفه بيخ بيخ عت بيس ملوخ فعت كيسة كبير إل بيخ يشوفه ودم عليك سوس كفي بيخ ميتني مشتت بمكم يسا شنقلوا لهم لخزايا خليت بيخ مياسة ليكنا فين بيخ ندايد أني لسوين لفظي بهم سرايخ أبل أبيان لأرتاخ وأرتاع فنيخ لمؤيد وأخنين لفرايخ أفكي بأمدي عليك فرسا وسا وأشتر من مليخ فرمي فخارك فرايخ حر أيفين بحرار أشر شام شني أيفين قديد ما يرايخ مرايخ خاين شما سافر أرتاخ مبار درار أفكاس فرايخ نفس تفنى رايخين من أفشي عليخ ورمخ يافر عليخ رفز شما ما شهيا دفي رايخ بمكم أرنيخ أشر نقزاز بمكم كروفايخ أشر شخنا خدريخ رايخ أغازن شليخ ويرنازر راكب زمان خلال بأرز بفلس نزرايخ أخي رافلي خلش السايس بيسا خساكين اسخافوس أقلبي مسكري رايخ أي إيخ ما هي يوم هي مصد لإناي ويدا راكب بيرم ببقدش رايخ يوزي كريم لأدهر بماءات كي كفر ملوك سليف نفشي ممرايخ إيخ اسكر على لباشتاخ مريخ بأذكار Lieve mensen, als je maar echt je verven, begint te uitweiden, dan weet je niks meer af, zoals gaan weg. Hem ze me hebben zelf zeggen, ik heb me zo zeggen, we gaan maar zo weg. Wie was je wie, zij en ik denk me staan, we misschien bij mij alleen nog gaan zo weg. wij hebben een geschakeld in het space, maar heel ik heb wel zo gedraaid. Maar gaat ik me zo leggen, met zijn simile alles, wel gaat het zijn niet meer weg. Schöner Pass was zeggen, met hem, we hebben ja, we zijn maar weg. أمي إذا بمشي خيمني بيا خيمني بيا خير شنو بيخدم كلمي يوم مقاصدين خاصني يخلي هذا ما تبدني زي ما يخي فضل ما شغله يخفى شوي ليش خاري كرب بيش كانوا يخزر يخفى شو مكاك يا لازم يخلي فضل مش خير بس تبت بخير خلاص بس وزاخ مش بخير كده مثلا رايح. We always conclude our Kinos before Litzia and Vareha. We talk about something that happened close enough to our time. The Holocaust was a time of Churban, Shemeshwab, and one say that the Holocaust was a destruction for Klal Yisrael, a degradation for Klal Yisrael equal or greater than both Churbanos of the Beis HaMikdash. And if there's something that we need to take out of what it is that was experienced at the time of the Holocaust, there were those, we talked a lot about what it means, the 6 million who died, and how we live as a result of their sacrifice, how they fuel our world that we have today. The burst of Kedusha, of Torah, of Yiddishkeit that we have in a mere 70 years, 70, 80 years after the Holocaust is an unbelievable Hazarim Bedima Berina Yiktsaru, that we are able to have such an amazing outpouring of Torah. But at the same time, we find ourselves deep in Galus, deep in a place where we once again do not feel at home. And if there's something that those that went through the Holocaust and replanted our world teach us, it's that we're never to let go of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. The Kloisenberger Rebbe, who survived Auschwitz, Warsaw Ghetto, different, his experiences in the Holocaust were something that no human being, but the depth of Gehenna that he went through, the pain, the suffering. But he was a person who experienced it with HaKadosh Baruch Hu. And he said about himself, as he was remarrying after having lost, I think he lost 11 children and his wife, that he said that he lost everything, except that he never let go of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. He always felt him with him. Look at how Klal Yisrael, we're far from perfect. But look at how, after what happened on Simchas Torah, in this time less than a year, all the tzitzis, all the tefillin, all the tefillah, all the connection, that as time goes on, unfortunately some of these things fade, but it's for us to remember that our setting that we have deep within ourselves is that we are connected to Hashem, that we do have Hashem with us here in Galus, and that if only we tap into that, if only we allow that feeling of connection to each other, that feeling of connection to Him, if we allow that to be real, and we allow that to really essentially define who we are, then we will be taking the legacy of those who died, the legacy of those who survived, and we'll be able to take that further and further, continue to build our world. And we should be zoche, as we live right now at a time of unbelievable contradiction of prosperity, with anti-Semitism, with having a powerful army, with having tremendous enemies. All of this mushkababble of everything is really just a way for us to reach out to HaKadosh Baruch Hu and say, HaKadosh Baruch Hu, it's only you. It's only you. You are where we put our trust. You are in whom we believe and we trust, no one else. Only for you, HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Only for you do we give that part of ourselves away. And if we could feel that exclusivity, that there's no one else, there's no human beings to rely on, there's no organizations, there's nothing other than Him, so then we could be zoche be'ezras Hashem, see that the meaning behind everything that's happened through our galus, and be'ezras Hashem, see the geula. Azoichem askiro l'davar kedushav meisai says the heart that he is guided and 386. Thank you. Ayem hayalanu shetufei mabudam shemasu nafshay sam kushkuyim kiyavacha yavkedem Elohim b'artzas hachayim ba'adei atzekram su'elav kapayim ahoy shemayim hayal meitiv shiftei Yisrael idus ukilos arim gulilos chaburus moisadas koim meyadei el Mitim palgi maim tiradne nayim elishtos nachale adam ois alay alfei alofim gufim nisrofim b'mayesh korbanas v'os asariato machzi kerim sarah pirchei kun hatzirim b'achlov shemid roshois marim umarois dinakos beis rabon yakirim abonois beit chois v'savim v'sabois azarim v'tabam she'aladu v'gam l'rabois rivavois and avim b'chayim v'moisam l'nifradu estamam derosh kisisas rosh shel kol nidaf le'er l'mitru Fim kol nafshos meis b'meishev v'sheis shisha alfei palmim alofim shlishi olaver bivrak zam v'sayer mikarmei chach tamero hafta goyel adom no zecher tzaro matim chami sefer kostafta zachar ne'akois v'rash t'akois ohivulu l'retzach yoredim meyem v'demois b'neihem l'shisha kachna l'netzach Kol chilgnicha nihitzricha mishadidei lakos haklovim tzachar usvar b'noit chotzrar at eis nekaim elboin aluvim b'machanois haparayim kevin agaim Pachina for sure, Sagamos, Harafos, it's quite quickly most of our work befits a Hakos, Ayumos, the Ravan, Vitsimo, Chigoyan, Itzavon, Kishloin, Akashal, Billy Kayak, Holonakos, Halol, Kayakid, Umlo, Halil, Hamir, Lishkayach. The Simmer Shavikitar, Mikif Shantaliti, Limatamos, Vigidim, Vihadre Hara Kol Gois, Mikahalan, Echim, to Ahaidim. Beserchan Gufos, Guviosu Gufos, Galadaimin Admas Nahiatzim, Echav Chutar Fahim, the Baris, Halbehen, or Ish the Kushete, the Kishute Noshim, Kritzats, Ishal Worship Paros, Liminishibud, Parach, Samavis the Small, Vich Yarui Rios, Alchafrea Baros, Bisarechi, Bud Kavar Huridim Shoal, Ich Inuacha Yusenu, Viser Subra Senu Kosais, Tarelam, Hiderofi Machzarim, Upliteas Ridim Bimichilos Starim, Vitim Yoniadim Vivatesh Markmarim, Setamim Loila. Dan b'nei hagoyla hoiri ab'nei v'las chasi dechatzon kedoshim b'inim na'asher yisham na'elotzech be'b'chunachal yimikashe shemachal v'kol shema Yisrael masru nefesh lo'el shu yasvem v'ad yom acharon hitzdiku v'afan hima min hanu sharu shiras b'tachon v'chein isharam ki asan nidham v'li kavarim l'ishtatech v'lemetzefei sefer levkoisi v'vois levavoisayach Ragniski Hada, Maskara Samtes, Simply Shekeach, Vahari Efrei, Akidasam Trumas, Tishne Mizbeach, Mimalel, Israel, Shadata, the Cave Nitrefes, Shevis Haper, Kamad Mizer, Ilkamasam Hayam Nechfefes, El Chaimir, Chaim Edos, Chanachim, Ashel, Oidnech Sefes, or Hadash Tasmiach, Karni Hatatsmiach, Vurach Elohim, Mirachefes. Page 390.
Lord.